everyone. Bad news. YouTube said no. We'll talk a bit more about that today. We have also the petition here from the UK, for the people of the UK to its government, lacking in the consent of the governed to not do digital ID cards. 2 million signatures, which is roughly a 30th of the population. And 1 in every 30 people has now signed this, and probably much more than that believe in it. Now, what's that going to do? Good question. It's just a petition. It's 10,000, and I think the government gave an official response, and it's 100,000, and they have to do a debate in Parliament. Is there any more than that? No. It's not 1 million and the people get to choose. It's not a referendum. No. It's just they debate on it in Parliament. And why on earth would they not debate on this anyway? Don't know. Right now, Labour has carte blanche, and they're so unpopular that they're probably just going to do it anyway. Now is the opportunity for them to do things that they wouldn't want any other globalist aligned party to have to do to tank their popularity. But Labour's popularity is already tanked, so it doesn't fucking matter. So they'll probably do it. Now, I've said before, digital ID, that and I'll be careful here, it's bad, but it's not bad because it unlocks new abilities of tyranny. Wolf earlier gave a valid example of, you were at this protest several years ago, now you're not allowed unemployment benefits. Okay, they can already track if you were at the protest, and if they can't, there'd be just as much resistance whether digital ID exists or not, possibly more, because if it does. And if they're trying to stop your benefits on the basis of political reasons, they could already do that too, or at least they could try and get it passed if they can't, and there'd be just as much resistance either way. Those parts are the same. And as I say, maybe even more heavily resisted if digital ID does exist. But those are the same. The part that's different is their ability to organize that information. It's mostly an internal bureaucratic thing. I'm not even sure why they're asking our permission, why they're trying to get it through the Commons. I guess I'm glad they have to, but theoretically, this is just a matter of database organization. You could do the same thing just by having better integration between different government databases, between the intelligence agencies. I'm sure there's regulations in how that information can be passed around. So that's probably what they're trying to get past here. So yes, it's bad, but not because it gives them extra means of tyranny, just because it makes it a bit easier for them to use the means they have already got. So that's worth clarifying. It is bad. It's not quite as bad as people say, or people think. It's not that this would just be the tyranny. No, it's part of the road, but it is bad. Now, that said, my doubts on exactly how bad it would be are shaken by just how eager both Labour and Conservative have seemed to get it passed, especially, and this is the really bad part, especially because Starmer, in his infinite wisdom and honesty, is trying to use the issue of immigration to push it through. Now, I don't think the British public are fucking falling for that. I don't think they're no more than 1% of the population is going to fall for that. But that's better than zero, I suppose, for them, from their perspective. So I don't know if it's even worth it for them. It won't make any difference to immigration, and if it does, it'll be a token difference. We have something else later on just how little deportations have actually occurred, but we'll get to that as we go through the stream. We've got a lot to cover today. I've got a massive number of important stories, so today might be a very long stream. So hopefully you'll join me for it. We may have another guest as well. Is there any issue that hasn't been used to justify digital ID in Britain? Good question. Immigration's been the main one because it's the big issue. I think someone just very simplistically looked at the issues people care about. Immigration. How can we make that support this tyrannical measure? And they came up with a really shallow excuse that isn't going to fool anyone except a very, very small number of people. Now, what's the consequences of Labour doing this when the popularity is already so low, when half their MPs probably pretty much know they're going to lose their seat in a few years and probably aren't very happy with their leadership about it? Well, I'm not sure if the MPs care enough to do something about it, but the less and less popular they get, the more they're going to think, do you know what? He already lost once, and Starmer went through a purge of the party that I supported when he got into power, but Corbyn has a better chance of letting me keep my seat than Starmer does. Which is, at this point, it may be true. Because right now, the Labour Socialists probably reluctantly vote for Starmer, but a lot of them will stay at home. The neo-lib Labour voters are not very many. Most of the wet Tories will still vote Tory. And then everyone else voting Reform. They're not going to get many votes. But with Labour, with the Socialists, with Corbyn, all the Socialists vote emphatically in favour of Corbyn, and probably quite a lot of the left neo-lib as well. So they'll at least have a more solid base, rather than it being totally fractured and uninterested. It'll be terrible. They'll never win, never beat Nigel, but they'll have a more solid base. So a lot of Labour MPs might start thinking that they might rebel internally, might try and get leadership changed. And that may eventually lead to a general election. It's kind of a distant prospect, but it's possible. Wet Tory atraumatic is kind of what it sounds like. It's the closest equivalent that we have in the UK to rhinos in the US. They are on the ostensibly right-wing party, but they don't fucking act like it. David says, this will stop illegal immigrants from working illegally. They work cash in hand now. They will work cash in hand regardless of any ID. Yeah, it probably will make no difference. Even if it was being passed specifically and honestly to prevent illegal immigrants coming over and working here, it would probably make a 1% dent in the problem. But it's not being used for that. That's even with good intentions. No, without those good intentions, which are indeed lacking, it will make practically no difference at all. Potholes now, says Daddy Bill. There are many important issues, potholes just one of them, which aren't getting the attention they deserve. Every single migrant housed in a hotel, this goes for the US as well, not so much now, but recently, is money that could have gone towards anything. Paying nurses a decent wage in the NHS, fixing potholes, telling the RNLI or the fucking Navy, block that ship, and if you can't, just make sure it doesn't arrive on our shores. Not ship, you understand, dinghy. How are potholes being fixed by ID? I don't. Oh, how? Sorry, I mistook you. I think now would have made more sense than how. I don't know what you mean by that. I don't think they've claimed potholes are being fixed by. Oh, never mind. Never mind. Tony fucking Blair said that. I'll block it when you just. Well, I've mentioned before, Nachos. You could, but you lose people supporting you if you use violence too much, and there's absolutely no reason to. It's easy to solve that problem without doing that. Sorry, chat. 1 second. Why? Where is it? Oh, it's there. Yeah, you don't need to do that. Can we just do this? Yes, we can. Okay, it's fine. Yeah, sorry. Yes, if you're too violent, you lose supporters from your own side. You don't need to be violent. If you just show them that they can't arrive on the shore, they won't come in the first place. You can end the boats with a few days of strong policy. Yeah, you could sink some, but if you do, they'll never come back. But you don't need to sink them to stop them from coming back. It's just unnecessary, and it might be worse overall for optics, which do matter in terms of maintaining support among especially marginal voters, of which there are maybe many. If you pay nurses a decent wage, then actual British women might choose to take up the jobs. Can't have that. Yeah, I think that's part of the problem, but it's also the fact that the academic system is in the toilet as well. Need to fix both, unfortunately. It would stop fast either way, Quattro. As long as they can't get here, they'll stop straight away. They'll stop as soon as the news reaches them. And the idea that you'll be sunk and drowned, or there's no point in going, you'll just be turned back, is going to deter people from coming about the same amount. If it's certain, it'll deter them from coming about the same amount. And you lose way less support, and the effort is no different. Now, the effort's slightly different. Blowing it out the water is probably a bit easier, than just preventing it from coming in. I'm not talking about sending your own dinghies or, I'm talking, send whatever physical force is needed to guarantee they cannot arrive. It's not difficult. The crossing points that they're using, as far as I understand, are the narrowest and most predictable crossings. It's not that we can't find them. It's easy to find them, I think. It's just that international policy says we have to treat them as genuine asylees and process the applications, which means putting them up in nice hotels, because asylum is designed for delegates and important dignitaries, important people, not third world invaders. It's this. Even if you let them even if you let them on the shore, put them in the hotel, and then say, sorry, you came over on a dinghy, we're sending you back, just as an arbitrary special case, that would also be enough. That's not what we should do, obviously, but even just doing that would be enough to seriously deter them from coming over in the first place. But obviously, you don't need to do that in the first place. If they've come over on a dinghy anyway, and you can see that they have, you just special case. If you're an asylum seeker and you come over on a dinghy, sorry, just not accepting it. No exceptions. Even if you are a foreign dignitary and you smuggled yourself over on one of these infiltrating boats, sorry, you're just going to have to go back to your home country and die. Sorry, we've got more important shit to deal with right now. We can't be having that. No, we can't be accepting hundreds of thousands of these people on the basis that one of them might be a foreign princess, because that's what asylum is for, as I understand it. No, it's not good enough. So yeah, remove any standard that stands in the way of doing that, including the ECHR, which is what Farage is talking about. And then block the boats. If you must if you must destroy them, then do. Don't let them on the shores. But the top priority is don't let them on the shores. But you won't have to destroy them. As Nigel has said the same thing. You don't have to destroy them. Someone says, speaking of treasonous governments, that fraud Katie Hobbs, who rigged the gubernatorial election in Arizona, just announced she's cutting benefits to disabled children because she gave all the public money to fund fucking illegals. Yeah, that sounds about right. Yeah, Katie Hobbs is more bent than Biden. Send the Royal Navy and Marines, turn them away peacefully to France from where they sail and is fired upon first. Yes, Mavis, that sounds about right to me. Yeah, fuck France. Our retarded government, and probably I think the last one as well, been paying France to solve the problem. Complete nonsense. You're just reassigning money to other people who are going to misspend it. Our money. Send them nothing at all unless the issue is completely solved. And they're never going to do it either, because it's still too profitable. And what the fucking motivation do France have to keep doing it? They know our government's retarded, or at least retarded or malicious enough to keep sending it, regardless whether France do anything or not. It's just exfiltrating wealth. Shouldn't be sending a penny to France. Should be sending thousands upon thousands upon thousands of illegal and some legal migrants. But especially the illegal ones. Anyone that sets sail from France, they get sent back to France. No question. If France wants to declare war over that, so be it. But I don't think they will. It would look kind of fucking hypocritical of the government, wouldn't it? Well, you can't send migrants here. We're France, we don't accept migrants. What are you talking about? Well, it's fine. The war in their home country is over, or at least decreased, or at least, you're a peaceful regional country that can take them in. And they're not claiming to be refugees, are they? So it doesn't even matter. We fast-tracked all of these asylum applications, and we determined that because they came over on a dinghy, we can't accept them because that's our new policy. So we're sending it back. Sorry, France, they came over from your country. Your responsibility after they're ours. The dinghy problem is one of the easiest ones to solve in this whole kerfuffle. One of the easiest. You can implement policies that would solve it within a day, which is roughly what Nigel will do. Is what he's talking about doing. That's one of the easiest problems to solve. The more difficult problem is the illegal immigrants, and really the bigger problem, because that is quite a lot more nuanced. As much as it would be easy to say, get rid of all of them, that will incur some problems. There are some of them who are fine and are needed for the current state of the labour market. Now, the labour shortage is artificial in at least large part, but I suspect there's also enough problems with our education system that it's just not providing enough applicable employees for these positions anyway. So there's many issues to solve there, but it's not a good idea to just deport everyone straight away. And I've said in the past to deport like, almost all of them, that wouldn't be straight away. Unfortunately, it couldn't be. There's too many industries, including the NHS, where they are, whether they should be or not long term, currently filling a lot of roles. The best could remain, but most of those roles should be prioritized for local British people. And, the academic system probably needs a major overhaul. Whatever's happened in the last 10 to 15 years to cause the costs to skyrocket needs to be pulled back as well. Because having student loans, I don't think is inherently enough to cause that. Anyway, Tony Blair said, wait, public bags? What fucking public bags? Public bags super ID card which could be used to report potholes. Tony Blair's think tank says, the think tank says it. Oh, well, yeah, I'll definitely trust the fucking globalist himself. No, I don't think they do. I think, Blair, what might be happening there is you asked people, or your people asked people, hey, would you support a policy that allows the government to know where potholes are and fix them faster? Yes, obviously. But what you didn't tell them is, oh, by the way, it would also track you permanently and allow us to more easily correlate information about you from various sources, which would make it easier for us to use your opinions to oppress you. Oh, that's not worth the potholes. I'm sorry. You see, that's probably what happened there. It wouldn't be difficult for them to do that and then just lie about it. Like, let me see who's going to stop them. So yeah, I wouldn't trust Blair on that one. They're trying to find any excuse they can because they know this would never actually work if they presented it honestly. They know the public would never go for it. So they're trying to just attach everything else to it that they can. As Eric says, alternatively, entirely fabricated. There's no particular reason it wouldn't be entirely fabricated. No, it could be. 3 of his mates down the club, it could be that too. You can extrapolate a very small sample size to the entire country if you're being irresponsible enough. Wolf says the report, which surveyed more than 2,000 adults, saw 62% of the people say they favour introducing a form of digital ID alongside an app that would allow them to report things such as potholes and missed bin collections. I strongly suspect the digital ID aspect of the app was worded in such a way that it does not sound like a global government database. Having an app that allows you to report these things to the council, sure, it's optional. All you'd have to do in that poll, because that's obviously much better than what we were joking about it being. But still, all you'd have to do in that poll is not be very specific about what you mean by digital ID, and you can slip that through. 62% as well is not that much of a majority, considering that even. And 2,000 adults is a very unrepresented, that's a pretty small sample of 60 plus million, it's more than roughly 60 million people. 2,000 is not really enough to say that's representative, I don't think. 69 million, yeah. Yeah, I don't think that's really enough. I think the think tank may have been thinking more about how to get the result they wanted than about how to get an accurate result there. Demand for those roles should drop to sustainable levels when filled by natives, just by getting rid of foreigners. If you expel the barbarians, you no longer require the NHS staff to service them. Well, you say that, but in some places, the foreign staff are majority of the workforce, and the majority of the patients are not foreign. There are places like that, so you do want to be careful. But generally, yes. Generally, you want to be phasing it out, phasing in locals. And hey, if there are positions available, there is likely to be some demand for better training available for it. The NHS themselves would try and force that to be the case. If they no longer have the option of employing from abroad, which is an easier solution than reforming the entire academic system, then they will instead have to reform the academic system. So I agree with most of what you're saying, Somnus. I would just add a bit of a time element there. If you're going to have an NHS, you don't want to have it completely unable to function because you kicked out the foreign workers too aggressively or too fast. You could definitely say to those that are left, like, here's the amount of time that you have left. You're allowed to stay for the next 5 years, maybe 10 years. but then that's it. And depending on some of them, maybe they could stay longer. They are particularly good, but you obviously want to keep that to a minimum. Anyway, let's see what else we have. So this is the petition. As I said, not sure it's actually going to do anything, but it's a good show of intent. 2 million people signing it. Good show of intent. If nothing else, it may be nothing else. So also on UK news, before we move on, there was another poll from YouGov, which I'm not sure if it generally skews left, but this is more leftist skewed than other polls I've seen on this matter, which shows that reform would have marginally not a majority, according to current polling numbers. Now, I have seen other polls, as I said, that give them a clear majority, with Labour and Conservatives on way less seats than this. That might actually be more accurate in the end. Quite a lot of people may be saying that they would vote, yeah, I'd vote Conservative just like last time, but then when it comes down to it, they will change their mind. A lot of Labour supporters may in fact do the same thing. They answer a poll out of habit. When it really matters, they're willing to change their mind. So that is a factor. And Farage has mentioned that. I think he's probably right on that. And this is still 4 years out at maximum. So even if these numbers are true, they could get a majority by then. The issue is that if this is the result we get in 2029, then all that has to happen is that the Conservatives have to say no to a coalition, and you could get it would have to be every other party. You'd have to get a coalition with all of Labour, Lib Dems, Conservatives, SNP, Greens. I think that would be just about enough to be more than the Reform just marginal minority, which would never hold. It would never work. The only thing they would be able to agree on is globalism, unfortunately. But even then, they'd have to vote on every single matter. They'd have to vote all together to overcome reform. So even in that kind of worst case scenario, given the current poll numbers, we would still have a lot more influence than we have now. It's not good, obviously, but a lot more than we have now. I think in that situation, the Conservatives, there's a 50-50 chance they would choose to work with reform. And obviously that's not the outcome we wanted, but it's much better than what we have now. But yeah, there is one arguably good thing to be said about Labour doing this now. Pushing forward with a bunch of really shitty policies that no one wants because their popularity is so in the toilet that they know that it doesn't really matter if they do this kind of thing. Accelerationist. Now, I don't think the accelerationist arguments generally hold water. There's a very precise sort of fine line in which it can be useful, but generally speaking, it's a bad idea. You either overshoot or undershoot and make things worse either way, or you get very lucky and you get just in the right margin where you don't collapse society, but you also instigate people into changing it and fixing it. So I don't really buy it, but if you have no choice, if your choices are either, there's so many problems already, we have to solve them, it's critical, but the current party is going to try to make things look like they're getting better as a kind of release valve, but obviously they're not. That's worse, I think, for us, than they're just going to keep making things worse as fast as they can. Okay, that's really bad for the actual state of things. Can we survive 4 more years of Labour if they just keep getting worse? And I would have to say probably. So I'm only buying into any degree of accelerationism because we have to have this party currently for the next however many years they stay in power, maximum 4. If we had a choice, I would certainly not be recommending it, but since that's the only choice, my thinking is that Reform is going to get more votes. It's going to get more popular before the election. Mandatory inclusion of my concession that Reform are by no means perfect, and Nigel has said some things I don't like. I will clarify on one thing, though, which is worth mentioning. He said he's clarified this recently. This does not fix the problem, but it does make it a little less bad. Many of us noticed, and were very disappointed, I was as well, when he said there is no political appetite in the UK for deporting millions of people. Now, this was one of the things that he said around the same time, 2 things that he said, which a lot of people lost a lot of trust in him over. The other one was about you have to appeal to Muslims, something like that. As it turns out, these two statements were more related than we realized. Because when he said there's no appetite for deporting millions of people, one, I think he's wrong. There is. However, specifically what he meant, it's more debatable. Because what he was talking about there, and again, I do think he's incorrect. I do disagree with him to a large extent, but he's more correct than we thought, is he was responding to some statement by one of his then MPs, I think who'd recently been kicked out of the party, who said deport all Muslims. Now, that would actually improve the country. I'm not sure, again, if there is the political appetite in the country to deport all Muslims. Probably not. There is to deport a lot of them, but maybe not all. Either way, whether there is or not, that he believes there isn't. And that is, in his words, specifically what he meant by millions of people, is entire groups. What he is talking about is deporting at least hundreds of thousands. So all the illegal immigrants and a large portion of the legal ones that have come in over the last few years. Again, this is not enough. I believe it should be millions. But I believe that he will actually do at least hundreds of thousands. So, sure, that's much better than nothing. So that is a slight improvement on that statement. I believe on the Muslims statement as well, where he said you have to appeal to them, he might have been lamenting the fact that you have to, as a political reality, that you can't alienate them too much because there are some regions where they just have too much influence. But I still don't think that's the right answer. Now, we've seen in his campaign that his positions have not been as strong as we'd like, but he has been remarkably successful. Now, those two things might be correlated. Many would assume they are inversely correlated, that if he had beliefs more like what we want, more radical, that he would be more popular. I'm not sure that's true. If he wants to get into power, to enforce what he wants to happen, even if it becomes more radical when he's in power, he needs to get there in the first place. And if he comes out and says radical positions, he cannot get the former Tory voters to vote for him. You can say all the things you want about that, and you'd be right. Probably that it's not good enough. He needs to be harsh, he needs to be strong, he needs to tell the truth, all this stuff, he needs to be principled, all this stuff. And I would agree, except to the final extent of political reality. It is much better that you get in under whatever auspice than that you let your enemy get in, as long as you have somewhat good intentions. So even if he only did what he's saying he's going to do, it's still a much better situation. And I don't think, could Britain survive another globalist leadership? Probably just about, but it's pushing it. It's really pushing it. I think we need something to stem the flow. We need a tourniquet, even if it's not the full heal that we need. And even if it delays a full heal, we need the tourniquet quickly. So, I don't see another option right now. If there is one, I'll support that. One that gets popular and is also stronger than what Farage is saying. But most of what Farage is saying is good. And it's definitely the right option to vote for right now. So I'm going to continue to reservedly, conditionally support reform. Put them to kick up a fuss and send in the army. Yeah, I don't really mind what measures we have to use to achieve good ends if the intent behind them is those good ends. If Starmer were to say we're going to send in the army to a bunch of cities to quote unquote deport people, I would say fucking no. But if Farage said we're going to send in the army to a bunch of cities to deport people, I'd actually believe he probably would do that. Now, if he says that day one, it's a bit more concerning because he hasn't really proven himself yet. But if he can leave the ECHR straight away, which he probably can, and if he can do a few more of the reforms he's talking about, order the boats to be stopped, which is an issue he's been pursuing personally, in person, physically, for years. Ever since it started, he's been out there literally tracking the boats in person himself on occasion. There's plenty of videos of it. So I believe that is an issue that he would actually deal with. If he starts doing that stuff, and then he uses extreme measures to solve the problem. Fine. Yes. Extreme measures are needed in many cases. Yeah, well, unfortunately, Quattro, any good system is going to get corrupt over time, monarchy or democracy. It's about how adaptable it is. And I think the results here are at least an indication of the potential adaptability. The results so far in the US as well, similarly. We did indeed, the Ginger. It is over 2 million. Case reform alternatives are Labour communists, Greens communists, Tories, shy communists. Yeah, exactly. There isn't an alternative. And you've got Advance UK, which is Ben Habib's party. I would struggle to believe that any of the people that are saying that reform is not strong enough would instead prefer the Muslim as the Prime Minister. I would prefer Farage as Prime Minister than a Muslim who speaks more strongly. Ben Habib is probably a decent guy. He probably not honest. He probably believes what he said he believes. But he's Muslim. He's not Muslim, says Toast. Is he not? I may have been mistaken. Which one? Is it Easy Yusuf that's Muslim and Ben Habib is just brown? Okay, that does make it a difference then. When he's an apostate. Okay, if he's an apostate, that does make a difference, actually. Okay, in that case, I'll amend my statement to he's still going to struggle to capture the working class, I expect, because he's brown. The working classes here are not racially motivated, but more than not at all. He's just brown. Yeah, I think I've got the two mixed up. Zia Yusuf, in that case, if he is the one that's Muslim, yeah, I'm not very comfortable with him being second in charge of reform. But at least he's only second in charge. Brown's fatigue, that's probably true, and that's what I'm saying. Like the same thing with Kemi Badenoch. Conservatives were never going to pull it back with her. Even though she's probably better than most of the ones that came before, at least in terms of her intentions, she's not good enough, obviously. Working class are not racially motivated yet. Working on it, well, it might go that way. They're somewhat, at least. No point in appealing to the Muslims because they're already either hard Labour or because they had sufficient concentration that they're just breaking from Labour and electing themselves. You can't lose people who you never had and were never going to be on board. That is true, but in a lot of these areas, you've got a lot of people who are sympathetic to them but may not vote the exact same way as them. And you also have a lot of people in the country, in a lot of areas too, like especially the areas that aren't affected by this, who wouldn't vote for you if you were too mean about any group, even if they deserve it. For example, the last two places I've lived are not really strongly affected by the problem of immigration. There's not many Browns there. I've been fortunate. There's plenty of places where there are. In those places, people are not as familiar with how bad it is. So if you start talking about how bad Muslims are, the Midlands and a large portion of the North and so on, and some of the inner cities, the people living there under this horror will support you much harder, but they were already supporting you anyway. Meanwhile, you lose the rest of the country, at least gradually, if not all at once. I'm not saying the people there don't know what's happening. Of course they do. Where I live now is going to vote reform, at least according to the current polls, I think. But less. They're less aware of it. So you would be more likely to lose them. So again, I think I don't like it, but if you paint what Farage is doing in terms of political strategy, in terms of what is literally the best move to get him elected, I'm not saying he's got everything right, but it's much closer. And I find that to be regrettable but acceptable. I do think he actually has good intentions. He's been at this too long and too personally for it to be fake, I think. The only thing is if he gets controlled, if he gets manipulated, threatened or blackmailed, which is possible. And the Israel stuff as well. Same with Trump. That's always bad. But things are changing slowly on that, possibly. Again, I did think that before. And then the Epstein thing happened. But recent revelation that the Epstein thing may have been jointly CIA and Mossad, and if Trump is covering anything up, which is very possible, then it might be to save face for the country. Not that it's his CIA, so I don't know why he'd bother. I guess maybe there's some people he knows that are involved or something. I don't know. There's some motivation there. Ginger is correcting me. Ben isn't a Muslim. He's an apostate, which is actually better than never having been a Muslim. Not necessarily. Apostates are killed in Islam. This man has one of the biggest anti-Muslim targets on his back. He's aiming for PM. Solid reason to trust him, more so than just any other politician in the UK, possibly even more so than a Rupert Lowe. I don't know about that. If we're talking about, if we're not factoring in genetic tendencies, if we're treating him as an individual who is divorced from those tendencies, sure, but there's a lot of trust to give. I will apologies for mistaking the two and saying Ben Habib was the Muslim. My mistake. I think I saw some source earlier that said it, and I should have checked it. But still, that's more of a sell. Zia Yusuf even being involved in reform gives me some pause there as well. Yeah, I don't know. If Habib's lived in the country all his life, which I'm not sure if he has, but if he has, then again that would help. But it's still a point against. The fact that Muslims want to kill him doesn't mean that he doesn't feel some kinship with them, as crazy as that sounds. He was born in Pakistan. Mother is English, but he was born in Pakistan. Moved to Britain with his parents in 1979 when he was 14. And he attended a private school, so a wealthy family. So yeah. I have some questions there. I would not say that it's necessarily that clear-cut, Ginger, but I agree. It's way, advanced UK looking much better than if he was a Muslim. So let's see if they can get some traction. I hope they don't split the vote. We've got to pick one or the other, and it does look like the people have generally chosen. And I say this poll is weaker than others I've seen, and it may be that this poll is skewed. Mainstream polls often are. Back in 2016, much more so, obviously, but I think still somewhat now. I don't know how representative this is. YouGov is well known, but is not. They're not always that reliable. Anyway, let's move on to other things that we have. As I say, we've got loads of stories today, just loads of them. So let's go through from the beginning of what I have open here. Actually, honestly, what I'm probably going to talk about instead, it's also the first thing. So let's talk about it. Representative Jim Jordan says, breaking, due to our oversight efforts, Google commits to offer all creators previously kicked off YouTube due to political speech violations to return to the platform. But that's not all. And he's got a thread. So, to summarize, well, you know what, I'll read his summary because he summarizes it fine. YouTube also admits the Biden admin censorship pressure was unacceptable and wrong, confirms that the Biden admin wanted Americans censored for speech that did not violate YouTube's policies, details when YouTube began rolling back its censorship policies on political speech after the Judiciary GOP began its investigation, states that public debate should never come at the expense of relying on authorities, promises to never use third-party fact-checkers, and warns that Europe's censorship laws target American companies and threaten American speech. That's all good stuff for them to say. Over the past few years, says Jim Jordan, we have uncovered massive scandals relating to big tech censorship, and then he's linked to posting of Facebook files, which I admit I don't think I ever saw, actually. During the Biden-Harris years under White House pressure, it's just a bunch of history here, good stuff, but focusing on what's happened now, YouTube did in this letter, or Google, Alphabet, whatever, about YouTube, pledge to unban accounts banned for COVID and election misinfo strikes. So, why did they reject my appeal? I was reluctant initially to send the appeal, decided I'd give it a couple days, monitor the situation. Not a lot, I didn't see a lot of new data. We will talk about Alex Jones and Nick Fuentes, yes, but I decided to send it in today, and I was very surprised at how quick my response was. They said it would take 2 working days, or maybe longer. I got a response within 15 minutes saying no. And then I, for some reason, was allowed to send another one, so I sent another one, and they said no after like half an hour. Why did they say no? Well, they didn't tell me. They just said, it turns out you violated our policies. Yeah, I know I did. I did it deliberately, but you changed your policies and admitted that you would rescind them. So what recourse do I have now? they've gone back on that promise. I believe I am fully eligible. Now, the only exception to that, the only reason I might not be, is that some of the strikes I got were for, quote unquote, hate speech. Again, a political censorship policy, but they don't see it that way. And Congress has not yet convinced them that it is one, though they definitely should. So they've convinced them of, there were some for that. I expect that's why I wasn't unbanned. But I never had enough strikes for hate speech at the same time to ban my account. My account was only banned because of the presence of additional, quote unquote, misinfo, which is the first time YouTube has just directly censored for opinions, by the way. Before that, it was always for style of speech, let's say, which has also been wrong in many cases, but still. So, Computing Forever, another commentary channel, despite the name, Dave Cullen, got his account unbanned. 500,000 subscribers, and he got it unbanned. He released a video, it's a few days ago, on the first day that this happened, which leads me to believe he may have been directly involved, I don't know. But he got his account unbanned. He's not American, and I don't know if there was any hate speech strikes against his videos. Maybe it was only election misinformation. Maybe that's what YouTube's policy is. If it's only strikes for those things, which is completely unreasonable, maybe that's what happened. But either way, his account was returned. So I thought there was a good chance mine would be. I believe the policy it confirms mine should be, but it wasn't on 2 repeat attempts. So I don't think I will be getting my account back. There may be some recourse. I'm not even an American citizen, so I can't just say, hey, Jim Jordan, as a citizen, etc., etc. But I could message him and say, even though I'm not a citizen, American citizens are likely being affected by this too. They may think that my account is small enough and my reach is small enough that they can get away with doing this. Maybe he or someone around him would respond to that. And maybe in the future, there'll be some other policy that allows me to appeal again, although it's questionable. So unfortunately, I don't think I'm getting my account back, even though I think I should have my account back, which is a shame. But I will continue as I was, because it's unwise to rely on it either way. Even if I were to get it back, I wouldn't want to rely on it. It would just be a nice bonus. Yes, indeed, Jackie. Now, there's other questions, aside from the personal aspect here, there's other questions to ask here. How coerced really were YouTube here? Now, if I didn't know any better, I might be willing to give the benefit of the doubt and say that maybe maybe it was somewhat balanced there. Maybe there was some reluctance to censor right-wing voices, but then when the Biden admin pressured them, they just caved easily. But no. What was it? Something like, for all Silicon Valley companies, it was at least 90% of the employees were, I think there were some that were lower, but very few, were Democrat. Employee contributions to a political party were Democrat. And Google or YouTube was something like, it was 95% plus. And then there were some that were higher, but it was one of the highest. I think even if all of the upper level management were like, not sure, but this is not a great idea, they probably would know that their entire corporate structure would be against them on it. So they had very little choice. And I don't think they were really that against it. I think it is, quite obviously, what would you say if Congress was breathing down your neck? Well, you'd find someone to blame. The Biden admin. Someone that the Congress currently breathing down your neck also doesn't like. Easy. So, I don't know. I think that the saying YouTube was full on enthusiastic about any form of censorship they could get their hands on is too far. But to say that they were uninterested in censorship before Biden forced them to, that's not right. That's not right either. So no, I believe what they have is, at the very least, the baseline level of radical left censorship. The more direct, politically motivated, tribal, psychopathic style of censorship, like the election and medical misinfo, quote unquote, rules. Those were probably not originally their intention, but it wouldn't have taken much suggestion to get them on board with it. So maybe they are only unbanning accounts that they believe are big enough that they won't be called out on it. Then again, Dave Cullen's Twitter, as far as I could see, isn't very big. So he wouldn't have much feature there, but he would on YouTube. But then they control that, so I don't know if that's even right either. Maybe they assume he'd have some social media reach somewhere. On Rumble, I think he does. But if there's a cutoff for that, where it's just a number of subscribers or something, well, at 20K, that wasn't too bad. This is a small to medium channel. So I don't know if that's the answer. It probably is just because we saw that there were other strikes on your account, even though they wouldn't actually have been enough to ban your account because they were all spaced out. There was like 3 or 4 probably in total for hate speech, but they were all spaced out over the course of a few years. So they were never 3 at once of that type. But I think YouTube would just see like, we had 3 in total. So yeah, just ban him anyway. But I don't know what the strike specifically that caused me to get banned was, the final one. I don't know which one it was. It might have been hate speech. But I believe like at least 2 of the remaining ones were election or medical related. Someone says it's even worse. On top of all that, they already did before, which is just what Susan already wanted to do before Biden stepped in. YouTube is run by Indians now. Yeah, well, it's run by at least one Indian. I don't know how many he's brought in, but I know at least one. That just says, I'm sure they didn't have to apply too much pressure. Indeed, yeah. Send another one, see if it takes 45 minutes for a response. Unfortunately, Ginger, I don't think I can send another one. So what I did, and this is a little secret strategy that I found, there's 2 ways that you can file a YouTube appeal. I thought there was only one. You can do it via a separate help form, as well as doing it in the YouTube studio. You can do it via a separate help form, and I think you can send that in as many times as you want. What I did is I found that form and I thought, I can probably send this as many times as I want. Let's just try this one first, because I was still reluctant to go ahead with the YouTube one. Sent that in. I went to the YouTube studio and saw it said, we're processing your appeal. So I guess it puts it in the same database, but the interface is different. So you know what? I'm going to check now, actually. Can I send in the form again? I mean, it looks like I can. It might just say, piss off, you've sent this in too many times. But Ginger, the timings were quite different, if that's what you're looking for. The timings were quite different. The first one was about 20 minutes, 15 to 20 minutes, and the second one was about 30 to an hour. So yeah, I might try later to get it unbanned again, but I don't think it's going to work. Apologies, chat. 1 sec. There we go. Yeah, I don't think it's going to work, unfortunately. It might. Chances are slim, but if there might be some unexpected change that happens. It might be that I got really unlucky and the appeal went through to 2 Jeets, 2 wonderful Indian gentlemen who don't currently know about the policy change, even though I mentioned it in the fucking appeal, but never mind. I might have just got unlucky twice. If I can send more, which given that form, I think I can, then I will try on subsequent days. And I'll probably just, if I can send in reports as many times as I want, I'll just keep sending in appeals. Maybe this is an unpatched loophole. Maybe I shouldn't be telling you about it, but if I can send in multiple appeals, I just will send in appeals like once a week. Maybe eventually I'll get one because the policy has changed. My account is eligible, I think. I believe it's eligible. Make a bot to send an appeal every minute. Now that would get me actually looked at by a human, even if there was a hole. So once a week is safe for them not to think, that's weird. Why are we getting so many appeals from a single address about a single account? DOS detection. But it'd be funny, but it would be unwise. Once a week is probably safe. Okay, that's interesting, Somers. You know what? It could be algorithmic. Let me have a look. It could be that, yeah, they just deny them on those bases. Okay, I'm going to have to figure out when it was sent in. So the first one was sent in at 7:25 today, and the response was at 7:41, which is 16 minutes. The second one was sent in right after the first one failed. So 7:41, and got a response at 8:22, which is 41 minutes. So 16:41. Okay. It's not double, but there's definitely curves that would fit. But 2 data points is enough to fit a lot of curves. A third would be good, wouldn't it? Subspace says there's no limit to how many complaints left toys can make against you. There should be no limit to how many times you can appeal. Sure, that's certainly one way of justifying it. Oh no. Yeah. I was hoping for a certain guest today, but she is currently premiering her new video and says that she'll need to monitor that and that it's 2 hours long. But she might join after that. Yeah, if you guys are going to try and do the maths on 16:41, there's not a 50% growth rate. It's approximately like 120%. It's plausible, but I think it's more likely that it just hit people at different times. Ravelon says, I remember that YouTube was the last bastion of freedom during Gamergate, when even 4chan started banning anyone who didn't simp for the whammon, but then Trump won primary and suddenly there was algorithmic suppression and demonetization galore. I know. I was there. I was one of the primary targets. Yes, I noticed. Sargon and I both noticed in 2017, like a lever had been pulled on our channels and we were no longer growing. Even though the videos were still just as good, the growth was just cut down to like 10% of what it had been before. Loads of channels noticed it. An algorithm changed by YouTube, and it was suspicious. It wasn't just right-wing commentators, but it was mostly right-wing commentators. So I think they targeted it in a way that it looked innocent, but was actually targeted specifically at that kind of content. So what are you in here for? I DDoS YouTube's email inbox. Yeah, well, I don't want to get my YouTube account banned as well. My Google account banned. Currently, just the brand account is banned, but I use the Google account still for other things. So, it might be Ducksmith. It might be. She's going to shop so I can leave. You're not a fan of Aiden, Nachos? I think I may have learned this before, but it's hard to keep track of all this. Going for an 8-hour stream today, Acer Solna. Unironically, yes. I have multiple monsters in the fridge, so it can be done. Nacho, she's lovely. She's lovely. I met her in person. I can confirm she's lovely. Right. So yes, let's also talk about. See if I can find it quickly. Check, because I did have this open earlier. That's the appeal. Yeah, there's that one. Okay, I think it's this one. Okay, yes, here we go. Now, I must talk about this, because I think there is a misunderstanding here. What? Why have you not moved the fucking... Oh, great. Thanks, thanks, Sidebury, I guess? I tried to move a tab, but it's disappeared. All right, give me a second, Sham. Okay. Team YouTube. Where's it put that? I thought it might have put it there. It's not even the right one. Can I finally do this? Yes, I can. But I mean, that's the wrong fucking page now, whatever. Okay, I can't search their tweets to do the general search. What's the name? Account? YouTube. From Team YouTube. Pilot. Okay. Right, that's all the same thing. God, there's a lot of the same post here, isn't there? I don't want to include replies. I just want the, where is it? Oh, I know it exists. Why isn't it here anymore? Team YouTube. Not that one. Not that one either. Where is the post? That's so strange. It's just, it doesn't seem to exist anymore. Maybe it was deleted? Don't think so. Okay, I can probably find it from, yeah. I'm kind of disappointed that fucking tab just got eaten. Let's just reopen it. I don't know why the tweet's not showing up in the search either. So, okay, let's talk about this policy YouTube has. So there was some confusion after Jim Jordan declared all creators previously kicked off YouTube due to political speech violations, which should include me. After this was announced, Alex Jones and Nick Fuentes, possibly others, but they're the two I know of, made new accounts. Thank you, Wolf. Yeah, if you guys want to contact Team YouTube, at Team YouTube, and tell them we believe that he should be unbanned, please do go ahead. I don't know if it makes much of a difference, but please do go ahead. Yeah, so Fuentes and Alex Jones made new accounts, started growing, and then YouTube destroyed their accounts, censored them, banned them again. Now, this seems to be in violation of this tweet, and a lot of people, I think, believe that it was. Unfortunately, it's not directly. Now, I think it is, in fact, in violation of this specific aspect. All creators previously kicked off YouTube due to political speech violations. I believe that Fuentes and Alex Jones were kicked off for political reasons. But YouTube's policies don't see it that way. As far as YouTube's policies are concerned, and as we've discovered now, it's very narrow. What they mean is people who only got strikes, or at least who were kicked off for medical misinformation and election misinformation, quote unquote. Though of course it wasn't misinformation, as we later had confirmed. Fuentes and Alex Jones were kicked off before that. As far as was earlier mentioned to me, I haven't checked this, but I suspect it's true. Jones was kicked off in 2018, Fuentes was kicked off in early 2020. So those were not according to the policies that YouTube has now rescinded and is now unbanning people on the basis of. So that's why they didn't do it. Now, that's internally consistent with what they believe, with what their policies are, but it doesn't gel with what they've said publicly and what has been said on their behalf by Congress. Not acceptable from YouTube there, but at least that explains why they did that. Now, there's something else as well. People were then pointing to, they were pointing to this and saying, this is not what they're doing. Their policy is not this. Let's see if I can... yeah, I think it's this. Oh, because it wasn't from Team YouTube. It was from a... Fuck's sake. Okay, fine. This is what they said. Now, this caused some confusion. I'm going to try and clear it up. They say, quote, "We've had a lot of questions about a pathway back to YouTube for some terminated creators to set up a new channel. This will be a limited pilot project that will be available to a subset of creators in addition to those channels terminated for policies that have been deprecated. More to come soon." So people saw this and thought, wait, all creators previously kicked off will be returned to the platform. All creators. And then limited pilot project available to a subset of creators soon. Right? That's contradictory. Well, fair enough. And yes, I think YouTube fucked up on their messaging here. Perhaps it wasn't a fuck up. Perhaps they were trying to mislead people. It's the same fucking day, by the way. 5 hours later. But technically speaking, I believe you can discern what they mean. Assuming good intentions, or at least assuming technically it's different. They're two different things. In addition to those channels terminated for policy. So people, Commuting Forever was unbanned almost straight away after this was announced. So that's already happening. People are already, at least one person I know of, and I don't know of anyone else that has been, by the way. Does anyone else know of any other channel that's been unbanned under this change? Either way, one has been, I know of. Maybe it was coincidental, maybe he just got lucky, I don't fucking know. Either way, one has been, but the pilot program is specifically for channels that have been deleted and then to make new ones. The reinstatement is for channels that have not been deleted to restore them to the platform. Furthermore, the banned ones returning may be, it doesn't specify, for more reasons than just the, as they say, deprecated policies. But the reinstatement that's not the pilot program is just for those reasons. Now, what does that mean for me? It means that I could start using YouTube again. But I already am. I'm already on YouTube. I am not a Fuentes or Alex Jones, so I don't have the profile that means that YouTube can always tell when I'm ban evading. I'm fortunate there, in a sense, that I am able to still use YouTube, though is it fucking worth it? Good question. Either way, I can. What the pilot program would mean for me is that I'm allowed to do the thing that YouTube isn't preventing me from doing. Hooray! I don't get my subscribers back. I don't get my original channel back. Nothing. The history, nothing. With this pilot program. So that's useless to me. But the pilot program would, in theory, though probably not in practice, apply to Jones and Fuentes. Though again, as I say, I doubt YouTube's going to apply it to them. Those aren't the people they want to let back. None of this changes a damn thing about whether I'm eligible for the unbanning. I believe I am eligible for the unbanning. But just to clarify, the pilot program, a lot of people were thinking this was the Jim Jordan thing. I don't think it's the same thing. It may have been something they were planning already. It may have been something that they added into the batch to confuse people deliberately. Wouldn't be surprised. Or it may be something that they came up with along with Congress. Either way, doesn't necessarily mean the same thing. So that's to clarify that. Okay, Jackie, you're really not helping my position here. Jackie has spoken in my defense, apparently, and I almost prefer he hadn't, but he has. Let's have a look at the post that he sent. Chat, if you want to send one that is actually... Okay, thank you, Wolf. Jackie has said this. Team YouTube, unbanned with 2 N's, my dude Uzulu, like he needs freedoms. Hashtag free the wizard. I do appreciate hashtag free the wizard. We could use that, but Jackie, are you drunk? I do appreciate you saying this. It's pretty better than nothing, but at the same time, it's it's not the most eloquent. Let's have a look for 2 team. Is it 2 or is it mentions? I can't remember on this platform. And okay, that should have worked. That should have found Wolf's one. I don't know why it didn't. Either way, Wolf has also sent one apparently in this form. He says the YouTube account Uzulu was banned for political speech during the last election and deserves to be reinstated. Thank you, Wolf. If anyone else would like to do this as well, do link me the tweet. I will like and retweet it probably. I'm not not retweeting Jackie's one. Oh, maybe I will because it's funny. But yeah, if you want to send them to me, we could possibly do that. And I do appreciate it. The more people speak in my defense to Team YouTube, the slightly better my chance becomes, I suppose. So thank you if so. Wasn't AJ already rebanned after coming back? I don't know if you mean like an intermediate time. Banned in 2018, banned again recently when he made a new account. If you're talking about sometime between those two, I don't remember, but possibly, yes. Wolf says, niggas, stop being lazy and tweet for the wizard. Thank you, Wolf. I appreciate it. And yes, I'd appreciate if any of you do. I'll tell you what I'll do. For anyone who sends me a link to their tweet or whose tweet I can see, I will give them some Cabal credit just as thanks. You can call it bribery if you like. But I just want to thank people that do. Right, I've given some to Jackie. Wolf, if you could send me the actual link to your tweet, I'd appreciate it. Thank you, Cybersmith. Appreciate it. Don't have a Twitter account. Yeah, fair enough. Thank you, Wolf. Personally, I prefer the choice of wording on yours to the one from Jackie. Repost. Retweeting is no longer a thing, I guess. Grant the other wolf same amount for the same reason. There we go. Yes, well, fair enough. All right, chat, there you go. And I'd like to remind you that I've added a new filter that you can use in the /leaders command. If you can't see on their mpreg arc as a filter, then just do Control-R, ready for a bunch of people to disappear and then reappear again. I will now show publicly that selection. You can give anyone the on their mpreg arc role in the server by making them the highest supported item on that list. As you can see, my recommendation for people to support Pregged Invader before the stream has been successful. And now, he is in the lead. Congratulations to JPreg, who now no longer has to be called that. And commiserations to Invader, who has clearly been impregnated by Duchess. Thank you to Ezreal as well for posting in my support. And also for doing it in such a way that Jim Jordan saw it as well. I appreciate that. I tell you what I could also do. I can link you the actual URL of my YouTube channel. So you can link that. Let me see if I can find it quickly. Should be there. Yeah. Okay. This is the URL of my banned channel. So if you want to include that in your tweet, go for it. Yeah, that's odd, Eric. That is odd. That might be a bug, unless that's not him. That is odd. Yeah, it might be that it's only visible to followers. You might have set that without remembering both. All right, Ezreal, I'm going to give you your coins. Ezreal, did you do it for the coins, or did you do it because it's the right thing to do? You don't have to answer that. Yes, I know, Ezreal. Thank you for also adding that, Ezreal. Right, you have been given some credit. Yes, Ginger, I'm aware that's what it shows on the page. Yeah, fair enough, Ezreal. Yeah, unfortunately it is. Thank you, Zen Man. That's not what I wanted people to tweet about, but I still appreciate it. So thank you, Zen Man. I will repost that as well. What I should do, I suppose, is to post on Twitter myself with the result of the and like give an explanation and all that. But I will do that after the stream, I think. I want to write that properly. Anyway, so I believe that's covered everything in the YouTube censorship story. There's more stories I have today on it, so we might get to other parts of it, but good enough for now. Let's continue though. So there's from YouTube. I believe this is just the second tweet from Jim Jordan. Yeah. Is there anything else on this story chat that you want to discuss? This is all roughly what we expected. The idea that Biden was pressuring YouTube to do this, they probably were. They were pressuring Twitter, and I'm pretty sure, I don't remember seeing the exact details of this, but I think we found out they were pressuring Facebook as well. Not surprising in the slightest. They were also pressuring YouTube, but none of these companies would have been particularly resistant to the pressure. So it's not that useful information. Yeah, it's Mafaku. All right. So yes, let me know if there's anything else on this chat. Let's move on to the next thing. I believe this is also on the same topic, but we'll see if it's worth covering separately. Yeah, this is the same story with more information. The PDF is available. I found it with a simple search. So you can look at the whole PDF. It's not very long, it's 5 pages long. And they do give some information. It's about other things besides YouTube, but YouTube is a large part of it. So yeah, there you go. Next thing. Oh yeah, YouTube, Discord's CDN policy. Okay, I believe this is actually by Dev. So yeah, okay, so this is something worth addressing. So this account, Clown World on Twitter, says the Biden admin truly ruined everything it touched. Freedom of speech is back under President Trump, in response to the news that YouTube admits it censored Americans. And then Dev responds, freedom of speech is back under President Trump. Okay, now make a joke about Charlie Kirk. And the problem is, it's not completely wrong, but there is some nuance to it. As there is with the left as well. I mean, the nuance is available. But with the left, if you look into the nuance, it always turns out, oh, no, it is just evil political censorship. If you have an opinion they don't like, that they don't agree with, even if it isn't barbaric to say, even if it's just a dislike or an opposition to something, an opposition to a policy, not to a people necessarily. It could just be that, and you could be censored and banned in all kinds of different places for it. However, what's happening here is, yes, people are being facing consequences, shall we say. They're being banned, censored in some cases, for stating opinions or making jokes about this topic. And I'm not happy about that in general. But the difference here is in the details, because all that I have so far seen, and there may be more that I haven't, but all that I've so far seen is people being disassociated with. Now, that's also a problem with in cancel culture with the left, but as I've said, the issue with cancel culture is not so much that people are choosing to freely disassociate with their employees and their friends and whatnot. That's something we can't prevent. The problem is when they feel pressured to do it by an aggressive identitarian ideological press and the culture around them as well. That is the chilling effect on free speech. Now, when it comes to that, again, if we have a situation where someone has stated a preference for paedophilia and they feel pressured and other people feel pressured to disassociate with them because of the society, no, that's fine. That's something you should disassociate with over. That's something we should pressure for. That's something that society is right to pressure. The leftist totalitarian stuff, none of it is valid. The only exception is on the extreme cases, but that's not most of what was being censored for. That's the thing that I don't like. Even telling their employers what they have said, digging up tweets and telling them, I don't respect you for doing it. Especially if you've put a lot of effort into it. I can't respect someone that does that. But at the same time, the problem is from the invalidity of the ideology imposing its pressure. The cancel culture is more about the culture than the actual cancelling. The cancelling is the result of the culture being unhealthy. Now, that said, the people doing the cancelling know that the state of culture is advantageous to them and are doing it deliberately with malicious, censorious intent. You can argue the same is true here, but it's over reveling in the political assassination of someone who just wanted to talk. It isn't a humanly acceptable thing. It's not an ideological thing. It's not people saying, I disagree with his views, or he was a bad guy. Those people, I hope, aren't being censored or fired. It's people that are saying he deserved it, or I hope they get another one next, or here's the list of the next people to go after. Like stuff that's either celebrating the death of a political activist who wasn't causing any harm, or literally inciting further violence. So if it's anyone beyond that, I can't support it. Even if it's just those things, I have an unease about it, but it's acceptable because it is over something which should be repugnant to anyone. So it is nuanced. Dev is not wrong completely that there is definitely a discussion to be had there. There's a potential problem there. And I would oppose any aspect of it that does verge into undue ideological censorship. But voluntary disassociation over speech and beliefs that would be personally repugnant to anyone at almost any time in human history isn't the same thing as censorship. It's their personal choice to disassociate, as it is normally, but it's over something that is fair to disassociate over, that any society should have a standard of disassociation over. So that's where the difference lies. And there may be other examples where many people on our side haven't fully sort of analyzed what it is about something the left does they don't like. And then it turns out that when their side does something similar but better, they need to understand it more deeply. And that may be the case here. I may not have looked into it in enough depth in the past, though I think I have. I think I have talked in depth about it at some point. Yeah, I don't want us to go too far. The Charlie Kirk thing is the furthest the right has gone in terms of censorship, with the exception of fucking Israel, but yeah, except for that black hole. This is the furthest the right has gone in terms of censorship as far as I know, under MAGA, and it's not that bad at all. I don't think it's even counts as censorship in many cases. Now, if there are exceptions, if there are other cases where people have been banned simply for stating an opinion on Charlie Kirk, which is not a violent or the kind of opinion that you should be disassociating over, if people have been disassociating on the basis of pressure from the public on simply having a particular belief, which is not universal, then that's wrong, and that would be censorship, and I would be against it. What's this? Should apply to the line. Yeah, I did see this. So Dev is saying that free speech shouldn't apply to actively lying. And Revelon is saying Dev is in favor of literal ministry of truth. I hate to defend Dev, but that's not necessarily what he's saying. Now, he may be in favor of ministry of truth, but that's not what he's literally saying here. What he's saying here is essentially, I think, that defamation is not free speech, which is debatable. I think that's one that I'd be open to hearing out. It's a civil crime. Or civil offence, or whatever you want to call it. You can be sued and fined for it. And I think it is actually a criminal offence in the UK, but in the US it's civil. Either way, neither one of those is wrong, but you can be careful how you handle it. So I don't fully agree or disagree with that. But if he is calling for a ministry of truth, if he's calling for for the government to adjudicate this, that's a problem. Of course, can you trust the courts even? Well, at some point you probably have to trust someone. I mean, you have to have a healthy society to get anything done. So, yeah, I mean, that could be a problem. Obviously, it could be used for censorship, definitely. But it wouldn't inherently be censorious. Well, Wolf, it certainly could be local courts. So the state could mean, for example, a US state that is less prone to leftist ideological censorship, of course. Right wing is capable of that as well, but certainly less now. He argues in context of censorship. If you are being censored after someone determined what you said was a deliberate lie, who is it that decided what is true in the first place to decide what is a lie? If you asked Dev that question, he probably wouldn't say a specialized government office that makes these decisions. If I don't know that for sure. If he would, then all of your criticisms are valid and mine would join yours. If he would instead say courts, then that's an acceptable answer. It's not a good idea right now, but it is overall an acceptable standard for a nation to hold. You remember the Covington kid who was massively censored by the mainstream press and then sued them, and then got a colossal payout. There are other examples who should have got a payout, most likely, who haven't yet, or maybe haven't tried, or possibly have in some cases. I think there was one other example. So defamation being dealt with in courts is not universally censorious. It's not going to get the wrong result every time. It will get the wrong result sometimes, unfortunately. Ultimately, it's not quite the same thing as the state deciding it, but it's not that far off, and it certainly could be used for censorship. I'm giving a generous interpretation of what he's saying here, but I believe this interpretation is well within what he's saying. Wolf says, I'm not 100% certain, but I think Arch and Sargon have pushed him on this topic on stream before, and it basically was just Ministry of Truth stuff. If it was, then yeah, I'll agree with you. Even courts deciding that is a necessary evil. Government deciding it is a terrible idea, especially federal, like top-level government. If it's going to be some authority, it should be more proximate. In the US, it's a little different in the UK because we're kind of, in terms of organizational size, equivalent to one US state, although we are larger than most. Right. Yes. Defamation is only actionable when a lie is damaging and the court makes you compensate for the damage. Yes, that's true. That is a worthwhile distinction to make, actually. The court cannot force you to retract the lie. The court cannot censor you. Freedom of speech means you can still say it. In American courts, would there not be a requirement that you remove instances of what you said? I don't know. Maybe there wouldn't be. In that case, yes, that would be a distinction. Maybe Dev would say that you're required to remove it. And again, I would find that to be debatable. Open for discussion, not necessarily wrong in the context of free expression. Paying for damages as well. That sort of approach is okay, but there could be times where the damages are hard to quantify, but may be much higher in practice than they seem, or if the damages are small scale in an absolute sense, but total in a personal sense. So I don't know if that, I think that's not always going to be the right metric. It's not a bad one, obviously. It's not always going to be the right one. Part of a settlement, I see. Okay, fair enough. Yeah, maybe that is the best way then. Yeah, we have that story as well, Zen Man. We'll talk about that. Well, if we get to it, I'll try to get to it. Okay, next thing. We have now a word from the FBI. Oh yes, this story. FBI Director Kash Patel says this morning, just before 7 a.m. local time, and this was actually 3 days ago now, an individual fired multiple rounds at a Dallas, Texas ICE facility, killing one, wounding several others before taking his own life. There is a picture of his now mutilated body after he shot himself in the head. It is very gruesome. I will not subject you to it, but it is out there. FBI, DHS, ATF are on the ground with Dallas PD and state authorities, says Mr. Indian Valhalla Man. While the investigation is ongoing, an initial review of the evidence shows an ideological motive behind this attack. See photo below. And there is photo below, anti-ICE written on the bullets. Pretty obvious. One of the shell casings recovered was engraved with the phrase anti-ICE, more of this will be forthcoming. Now, tell me, I don't think that's an engraving, sorry. I think that's pen. Might be wrong, though. He says, these despicable politically motivated attacks against law enforcement are not a one-off. We are only miles from Prairieland, Texas, where just 2 months ago an individual ambushed a separate ICE facility targeting the officers. It has to end, and the FBI and our partners will lead these investigative efforts, blah, 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 blah. Thankfully, no law enforcement personnel were injured. Please pray for the injured and deceased. Now, reading this, and you will get into more of it later, reading this, you might think, wait, hold on a second. They said 1 killed and several wounded, but no law enforcement personnel were injured. Well, who the hell did they shoot then? Well, you see, that's the funny thing about this story. It's not that funny because the deaths are regrettable, even if it is illegal immigrants. At least I think so. But yes, he shot and killed 1 illegal immigrant and shot and wounded several others. Didn't hit a single ICE member. Now, again, funny is the wrong word. Ironic is closer. Poetic comedy or poetic irony is perhaps better still, but what a retard. I mean, do we expect competence from the left? The only target that he shot, he actually meant to hit was, go chat, say it, who was it? Who was it? The only target he shot that he actually intended to hit. You all know the answer. Come on. Who was it? Friendly fire enabled, yeah. Himself. There we go. Ezreal got it. Himself is the only target he shot that he intended to shoot. Because he did it himself. And I think he was using a rifle. Like, how... I mean, it's not that awkward, I guess, but how awkward must it be to fucking point it upwards and pull the trigger? You pull in the trigger with your toe or something. Yeah, anyway, he, but it was an accident. It looked quite intentional. Why do I keep hitting the immigrants? Looks down barrel. I don't think it was that, but yeah. Imagine though, thinking it's worth it to like, yeah, I'll just shoot at the ICE facility and maybe hit a few people. And then that's worth your life. Oh, okay. Yeah, as this says, Kirk shoot it, aim for the head and hit the neck. Well, I'll probably aim for the head. I mean, it's a good theory. With the arc. Oh, thank you. Shoot it, aim for the driver's seat if moving. Oh, really? That's interesting. I didn't know that there was actually an analysis image for this. Thank you. So van direction, point of aim. So he was aiming at the drivers, but the bullet moved too slowly and it hit. Sorry, I probably shouldn't be laughing, but he hit behind them. I didn't know there was an actual analysis picture. I hadn't seen this. That's good. Yeah, tries to shoot ICE agents, shoots illegals, then himself. Yeah, so this is the picture of the guy. And I must say, checks notes, it's not Millet. It looks a bit like Millet, doesn't it? But it's not him. Yeah, just lead the fucking target. Well, he didn't. He horribly missed. And let's see, we have some other stuff on this. I believe one of these is a funny meme on the topic. Let's skip through this a little bit and see if I can find the meme. It's very funny. A lot of other stuff on this. That's all stuff that's opened since this was open, I think. Yeah, that's fucking dead. Let's see if I can find the meme specifically. Because it makes a very good point. Yeah, here we go. This is the one. It makes a very good point how fucking implausible it is. Okay, so Trump and the killer are on the phone. Trump says, "Showtime. We can't win at trial to deport these guys. Remember, just the illegals. You can't see them inside the van, but you're the best sniper in the world, so that should be easy. Walk in the park, sir. Oh, and you'll have to blow your own head off and be remembered as a retarded liberal, but I'll know you were a patriot, and the Democrats' Q-tard will suspect it too. That's all that matters, sir." Very good. This is what would have to be true if the left were to get their way and if this guy was a right-winger. Now, there's two possible theories. Either one, he is left-wing and retarded, or right-wing and extremely skilled. He's left-wing and retarded, yeah. It doesn't fit otherwise. Why the fuck would you shoot illegals who have already been detained? It just doesn't make any sense. So yeah, it's a leftist motive. It's pretty fucking obvious. And also the anti-ice on the cartridges as well. So JD Vance says the obsessive attack on law enforcement, particularly ICE, must stop. I'm praying for everyone hurt in this attack. John Favreau, I think I recognize the name, I can't remember who he is though, says the vice president is not a reliable source of information. This is now the 5th or 6th time he's posted a political take contradicted by facts from his own law enforcement agencies. What facts in this case contradict that? And then JD Vance says the gunman had anti-ICE messaging carved on the bullets he used. What precisely did I get wrong, dipshit? Very good. Yeah, indeed. So very good. Keep calling out the liars, indeed. Yeah. Very good, JD Vance. You're setting yourself up quite nicely to be a good potential next president. I think a lot of people are already assuming that will happen as well. And I think it probably will. At the very least, he'll be a strong contender. All right, next up. Yeah, I can stop Twitter pages from auto-reloading, but I can't stop them from unload. Well, I could actually, but I need the RAM. MSNBC claims that the ICE shooter in Dallas wrote anti-ICE rhetoric on his bullet casing as a joke. Quote, he could have been doing that thinking it was funny, trying to put law enforcement on the wrong track.
You can't just...
Oh, but signing up as a Republican before you do a shooting with clearly leftist motives, that couldn't be trying to put Republicans, that couldn't be trying to put law enforcement on the wrong track. No, but this could. Yeah, sure.
Just assume by that, what was written on that shell casing, that's necessarily his motivation. He could have been doing that to thinking it was funny, trying to put law enforcement on the wrong track. This is where when you analyze the person's phone, computer, talk to his family and friends, that you get an idea of what his motivation perhaps really was.
Yeah, I think we're going to find the bullet casing carvings are fucking confirmed by all the other information. Now, let's make a distinction here. There is a very different obligation that top-tier news outlets have, of which there are none in the modern day, or very, very few. The closest I can think of is Epoch Times, actually. Very, very few to objectivity. To, even if there is video footage of someone committing a crime, to still call them the alleged perpetrator. That is the objective way forward. It is ultimately the best, right way for journalistic outlets to behave. It's the safest and avoids the most bias, avoids the most misleading and misinformation, to use the term correctly. Then there is the practical approach. Now, most news stations do not hold themselves to this standard at any time. Most of them are fucking liars, usually by omission or by implication. This outlet is no exception, nor indeed is mine. I don't lie, but I don't hold myself to that maximum journalistic standard. I am a pundit, and I think I can do more good by talking about what I believe to be true with slightly less absolute objective standards. But of course, I still try to be objective. I still try to seek what is most accurate, and I still try to use the safer technical term for something when I can, but I'm quite happy to say, yeah, but he did do it though, when it's obvious. Now, that distinction here could be made. This retard that they have on talking to them is perhaps saying, well, technically, it could be that the carvings are not his motive and it was just to throw people off. Yeah, technically it could, in much the same way that he is only the alleged killer. But they're not. That is what he believes. He is the killer. Like, we can talk practically, we can talk with levels of certainty. We never have 100% absolute certainty on anything. But 99% is definitely good enough for normal real life conversation. And I reckon it's at least 99% with the bullet casing writing. We should leave that 1% open in principle, but not usually in practice. It's like when you get someone who shouts Allahu Akbar before committing a crime. Well, was he a Muslim? Yes, he was obviously a Muslim. But there have been times where someone has not quite shouted Allahu Akbar, but has been using Muslim strategies, has been himself at least formerly Muslim, and has been brown, has been shouting in Arabic when he commits the crime. I mean, it turns out he wasn't a Muslim. It turns out his motive was actually, I believe it was either anti-Muslim or it was like anti-Israel or something. He had a different motive. That one time, it looked very obviously like a Muslim motive, but it turned out it wasn't. That one time. So the reason that you say alleged, the reason that you say it could not be that, it's not conclusive, is because whilst you could easily say something that is almost certainly right, what you're aiming for when you're being objective is to never say something that's wrong, as far as you're possibly able to. And that is a high standard to meet, and almost no one tries these days, unfortunately, which I wish someone would. It's not, I don't think it's my place, but I think someone should. But that's the best defense I could possibly give to this guy. Now, they don't apply that, but it doesn't benefit them, do they? Even if we were to be generous and say that he was just talking on what technically true. No, he was giving an out to defend the psychological issue of leftists having to concede completely. No, he was just a leftist killer. All they're doing here is giving them an out. Again, I've mentioned this many times before. Sometimes all you have to do is state the counter-narrative. It doesn't have to be a good one, just a counter-narrative. And that gives people the building blocks to deny their cognitive dissonance on the matter, to give some sort of plausible response, to pretend that there is another side to the story, especially when it's given by someone authoritative. That's all it takes. You get so much benefit from just stating the counter-narrative that you could just do it straight away about anything. You just make up any fucking narrative you want as long as it is a counter-narrative. And that's what they're doing here. They're establishing a plausible deniability, even though it's not really that plausible, for him being a leftist killer. And that's going to give their viewers all the tools they need to deny it and ignore the matter. I believe that's the strategy. So the technical defense doesn't really apply here, but technically it does. So, different topic now. This is actually quite important. I believe I had this for a few days, but it's definitely worth covering. World exclusive bombshell, says James O'Keefe. Senior DOJ Epstein investigator reveals Epstein was CIA, confirms RPress, I'm not sure what that means, RPES, occurred while Bill Clinton was on the, rapes. They've got rid of the A. Rapes occurred while Bill Clinton was on the plane. Says of President Trump, he's protecting a lot of other people. He's not protecting himself because there's nothing there. It's perfectly plausible. I don't think there's anything there on Trump, but he may be protecting others. Quote, I've interviewed all the victims. There's never been an instance where Trump was on a plane with these kids and the rapes occurred, but that can't be said for Clinton and it can't be said for others. This is lining up very well with what we have always suspected, with what little evidence we have points towards. They, DOJ, didn't want to go after him, Epstein, because he's an asset for the US and Israel. Quote, it's not talked about yet, but it's soon to come out that he, Epstein, was a CIA informant. If this is the case, well, it's not quite as bad. the child aspect it's still just about as bad, but the fact that it wasn't just Mossad controlling the US, but it was at least to the US's benefit. I don't know. I probably shouldn't even say that because it's completely unacceptable in every sense for this to happen once, let alone for it to be industrial child rape. But yeah, let's listen to what he said anyway. This is the full expose from James O'Keefe.
It's not talked about yet, but it'll soon come out that he was a CIA informant.
He was a CIA.
He was a CIA. I think he's protecting a lot of other people. He's not protecting himself because there's nothing there, but he's protecting a lot of people. Because Trump's now saying it's a hoax of the case, like a hoax or something. I mean, come on, you know it's not a hoax. He's been on the plane, many times. Mm-hmm. It's just he was never on the plane with the kids. Seen the itineraries and I've interviewed all the victims. There's never been an instance where Trump was on a plane with these kids and a rape occurred. But that can't be.
So this is not just some guy. This is the Jeffrey Epstein investigator for the Department of Justice. So he's the guy that would know. Now, I've been saying for a while that I am very open to the idea that Trump is covering something up. But it is also possible that they just don't have any evidence of blackmail being used. This implies that it doesn't actually change the question of whether they have the evidence. They may do or may not, but it implies that he is covering it up. Now, that said, I don't think it's justifiable to cover it up under any circumstances, except if it would collapse the country. Getting justice for that years-long industrial rape of kids is such a high priority that pretty much the only thing that is higher is the actual survival of the country. Now, maybe, and this is a big maybe Trump thinks it's that serious, that so many people, important people are implicated, and he would have to pursue them and arrest them and deal with them, that it would collapse the US economy to do so. I don't think that's possible. I don't think that's it could possibly be that many people. But maybe he believes it would be. That's the only way this could be justified, to cover this up. He should have talked about it early into his presidency, either way. Unless, as I said, in that utter dire situation, which I don't think is true. So, yeah. If this is true, which it's a James O'Keefe expose, it's probably true, then Trump has made I suspect, 99% sure, a serious error in judgment here, which is immoral, grievously immoral. Not as immoral as participating in it, which at least one previous president has. And I suspect others, such as, Biden, probably Obama, maybe Bush, knew about it and also did nothing. So Trump is a little less guilty than them in at least releasing some information about it, but not much. He doesn't get much more leeway on that. And if he's not fucking careful, the truth is going to leak completely. Hell, it's already leaked somewhat. It's going to leak completely before he gets a chance to correct his mistake. He needs to cut his losses. Doesn't matter. Admit it. Just admit that Epstein was CIA and just say, we have gutted the old CIA, root and branch, it will never happen again. You have my word. And then he can put himself on the right side of the issue. And he probably won't cause, and he'll say, you've got to also say, we're going to be pursuing anyone that was involved in a powerful position in the US. We're going to try to do it in such a way that we can reduce the impact on the US economy, on US culture, but we're not going to let any of them get away with it. You could say that, you could go that way with it. It could be done. This is a project that is well worth pursuing. It's one of those things where people are not going to feel comfortable being what they are until this is dealt with, to a large extent. It really should be. And I've tempted at least to hypothesize defenses for Trump over this issue, but it's getting harder and harder.
Said for Clinton, and it can't be said for others. While the Clintons were on the plane, while Bill Clinton was on the plane, there were rapes that occurred.
Overheard at Phoenix Airport on September 8th, 2025, a senior Justice Department investigator who personally worked on the Epstein case tells all. Glenn Prager, who has reviewed Epstein itineraries and has interviewed Epstein's victims, drops a bombshell. He says that the DOJ did not want to go after Epstein because he's a CIA asset, that the evidence from his investigation confirms that Bill Clinton was present for alleged rapes on the Lolita Express, and that President Trump was not present for the rapes that Glenn Prager investigated.
I do appreciate you clarifying that repeatedly, but you need to clarify it once. Don't make this expose about defending Trump. Mention it, sure, because it's a big question. You don't need to say it every single time. Trump deserves defense from the claims that he was involved in the rapes, but at this point, it is hard to defend him from the accusation that he is implicitly covering it up, implicitly supporting the rapes by covering it up.
But that he is protecting a lot of other people that were.
Okay, thank you, James.
And this whole Epstein thing that's like going down.
I worked on that case. I used to interview all the victims. And my picture was 20 to 30 victims in Palm Beach that I was interviewing and dealing with and stuff like that. And then we would go ready to go to trial and they would flip.
So, yeah, in case you couldn't hear him, he's saying we brought the victims to trial and they flipped. Meaning someone got to them before the trial. This happens in real life. I've seen it in movies. I don't know how common it is in real life. Hey, here's an indication. There's still powerful people around the Epstein case controlling the fallout, which is interesting. Powerful people still don't want it getting out, which means it must get out. And that's, does Mossad have the power to flip US citizens in court cases like this? Probably. But the CIA, I would say, does. Even under Trump's watchful eye, as far as it is, which it probably isn't, if there's any reason to believe the CIA is flipping them like this, then the CIA needs to be gutted root and branch, or taken apart, disbanded. There's certainly arguments it shouldn't exist in the first place. And if Mossad is doing it, even worse, to cut off their entire access to the country. It's just such an important issue. You should rearrange the structure of the federal institutions on the basis that this must never happen again. Yeah, indeed. So it's such a serious issue. You don't want to, as much as it's crazy to say overreact, you don't want to destroy America over it. Anything short of that, frankly, is worth doing.
Epstein would just pay them off. And they were just like little kids. They pay off their family. They're all broke kids and poor families. And so you pay them off like anywhere from $150,000 to $500,000. Nothing in that guy's world.
Prager there describes how the victim...
Okay, he might there have been talking about in the past, years and years and years ago. So that's a little different, actually, than if the CIA or Mossad is still doing that. That is actually different. So some of what I said is not applicable.
Victims that he interviewed were paid off by Epstein right before going to trial. Prager has worked as an investigator inside the Department of Justice for over 20 years.
Yeah, so I think that he was talking about before the current investigation, before Epstein died.
According to Prager's LinkedIn About page, it says that during the tenure at DOJ, Prager served as an inspector overseeing sensitive investigations involving major DOJ components, including the FBI, DEA, Bureau of Prisons, U.S. Marshal Service, ATF, and the U.S. Attorney's offices.
Now, bear in mind, there's another angle to this, and James O'Keefe is a smart guy, but he will release what he gets. This guy, this investigator, was in his position in federal government for years through multiple administrations. Who's to say he didn't fabricate this leak and that our enemies are now using James O'Keefe to their advantage? That'd be interesting. And that this isn't true. That he was never a CIA asset. He was always just Mossad. And, or indeed, that Trump is not covering it up. That he actually doesn't have any evidence because it's not available. That he's been pursuing it, trying to make it happen, but has been frustrated by genuine issues at every turn. I don't know. It's not that likely, but it's not impossible. He did have CIA connections that were known before. It's not surprising. It's certainly that's the more likely answer. Of course, it says Mossad's involvement is the perfect casus belli to wipe Israel off the map. Unfortunately, if it was, especially if it was the CIA's idea or if they were heavily involved, I don't know if you can count it as casus belli. Casus belli to cut ties, but not, unfortunately, to retaliate, I don't think.
This seems to corroborate what Prager told us. He was tasked with interviewing Epstein's rape victims and investigating flight logs. On his backpack in the airport, we spotted an embroidered FBI patch, which caught the attention of our citizen journalist.
I'll tell you this, because no, it's not talked about yet, but it'll soon come out that he was a CIA informant.
He was a CIA informant.
He was a CIA.
Although many have suspected it to be the case, this is the first time a Department of Justice official has confirmed that Epstein worked for the CIA and is a foreign asset.
So DOJ was settling the case, and they
Worked for the CIA might just mean we're allied with Israel and we work with Mossad and he's a Mossad asset. Therefore, we can consider him to be our asset as well. One, no, you can't. And two, that's fucking evil. But that could be the minimum level of involvement here with the CIA. Of course, maximum level is he was literally trained by them, worked for them and in deep connection with them. Maybe more primarily than Mossad, although I'd find that questionable.
were just letting him, do house arrest and they minimized his arrest. Part of that is because all the victims kept on flipping and they didn't have anyone to go to trial with. The more importantly part is they didn't want to go after him. He's a asset for the United States and Israel for the CIA. I just know that's what he was. And that's why he was protected so long for this. And people turned a blind eye about all this garbage that he was doing in the United States. Mm-hmm. He had a lot of secrets.
The citizen journalist here probably has nice big tits, quite visible cleavage. She's just like, holy shit, this is pretty good. This is a pretty good get. Just sitting there like, no, please keep going. Please keep going. It's pretty serious. But yeah, he mentioned Israel, so that's definitely in there as well. Just O'Keefe in a wig again, yeah. Yeah, O'Keefe, he has all the technology you need to be a good VTuber, the fake female voice changer and everything else, but he's using it for a very different purpose.
More about Israeli stuff than anything else. I mean, he was doing stuff for Israel and the United States. He's working for both.
Glenn? I mean, it could be less that he was an asset that was controlled by either, and more that he was just a broker who didn't cross either. The CIA would have just as much reason to want control inside their country as they would outside it. So it's roughly the same pattern, but he wasn't Epstein wasn't actually owned by or run by either agency, just served either agency as customers, or both agencies as customers, which doesn't change the picture much, does it? It takes the onus off the agent. Well, does it? I don't know if it even does. It's a tiny, tiny bit less guilt, but almost none. So yeah, but that is possible. It might make some small difference.
Glenn Prager, the Department of Justice investigator on the Epstein case, then talks about whether President Trump was involved. Many are trying to tie Trump to Epstein, but what Glenn Prager says is that Trump wasn't present during the inappropriate sexual behavior that he was investigating. But Prager does say that Bill Clinton was, backed up by his experience interviewing the victims and reviewing the Epstein Lolita Express itineraries. Quote, "They killed the Epstein list to protect the Clintons."
The only problem with this narrative is exactly what we expected. Were we just right? Well, that's never fucking happened before. That we knew the truth before the public did by months or years. It could just be that it's straight up just we were right about that, yeah. I'm kind of surprised the Epstein still have, sorry, not the Epsteins, the Clintons still have that much pull. Sure, he was the president, and she was a failed attempted president, but is that enough for them to still have that much pull? I'm sure a lot of favors are owed, and I'm sure that they know the best assassins. Maybe they've just cornered the market on assassinations. And they're the only ones that can actually do, because I'm thinking like, okay, the political assassinations against Trump, they don't seem professional. They don't seem well organized. Look at the Boeing assassinations. They were quiet and clean. Yeah, obviously assassinations, but still, they were successful every time. With Trump, I mean, yeah, in one case, they hit his fucking ear, and that was extremely lucky. And they stood down, it seemed like it anyway, they stood down security to try and let it happen. So that was probably with some cooperation from whoever. But the second one, he got caught before he even got close. And all the others failed. So are professional assassins just not really a thing? Because, I mean, in all those cases, it was lunatic leftists. It wasn't any sort of professional, I don't think. Do professional assassins even exist? Maybe the explanation for why they don't seem to is that the Clintons just have carte blanche ownership of all of them. You work for us or we'll send our existing assassins after you. If you hire an assassin for any purpose, we'll just send them after you. But I'm not sure that really makes sense. But is there much of a market for them? I guess maybe the Clintons still have enough connections to have the deep state monitoring all attempts to hire one. And if it turns out someone tries to hire one who knows of the Clintons' threat, then they will just send it straight after them. I don't know. It's quite a crazy idea, but it might explain why we haven't seen any professional hits against Trump. But again, with Boeing, and maybe the Clintons benefit from that. Maybe they're invested. But then surely they would want to have Trump assassinated if that's the case. I don't know, man. It doesn't really make sense. I think there's a lot of elements missing here. Clintons are a crime family with lots of money. Fair. But they have no political power now. I mean, most of the reason that they had power before was because they were so deeply embedded in politics. Now they're much less so. The Democrat Party barely has any influence anymore. It just says all the professionals are in 3-letter agencies and private military groups. So you'd think it wouldn't just be one family that would be able to hire them, but maybe. Trump's one wasn't a hired assassin. It was most likely was assistance by the Secret Service with info from FBI to allow the shot to happen. Yeah, indeed. Epstein and Boeing were hits made by professionals. Professionals are probably unwilling to risk a hit on president. They don't want to die. I guess so. I guess the chances of the entire public wanting to find out their name and lynching them even if they're let go. Yeah, definitely it's easier if they can, and they almost got it to work with a non-professional. Maybe it's just too high profile. The whistleblowers against Boeing were low profile. Yeah, anyway, it's just a silly theory about the Clintons. Anyway, let's keep watching.
He's claiming that, that Trump's, involved in the rapes and all that stuff. And he wasn't. I mean, I've seen the agendas, I've seen the itineraries, and I've interviewed all the victims. There's never been an instance where Trump was on a plane with these kids and a rape occurred. But that can't be said for Clinton, and it can't be said for others. I remember that it was being killed.
Could you just name the others, please? Again, we're not going to... I suspect any evidence of this is going to be hard to find now. Then again, he fucking had it, or maybe still does. Release it. Just release it. The thing that really pisses me off about this is that even though this has got out, I don't think Trump is going to address it. He should. He must. I don't think he's an evil person. He must believe that it's right to cover this up, which is wrong. I can't imagine what fucking scale of opposing force there must be in his mind for this to be right. The only other option is that there's so many people around him that he has to protect, or that such a significant, incredible threat has been made against his life or the life of his family that he just feels he has no choice. But Trump bowing to pressure is very unlikely. Maybe he's going to do it at the end of his term when he knows that he can't do any more good as president, but then his family will still be killed, probably by Clinton-hired assassins. At that point, he's no longer president, so he's less protected. Or, as Eric says, O'Keefe was had, but it's not very likely. Ginger says, did you end up covering the story of how there was a failed voter? Yes, I did cover that. It wasn't quite what people were saying it was. But it was pretty bad. Everyone says he's not evil, but his personal morality is a bit bent after decades of being a business giant doing business in NYC in Hollywood. Yeah, I agree. I don't think Trump is actually a psychopath. I think he has some psychopathic traits, and obviously some serious narcissistic traits. So a bit of dark triad there, but I think he's actually fairly autistic. So yeah, I don't think he's inherently bad. I think he has empathy, but he's learned to suppress it when necessary. Learned callousness. Sure, that's a good way of putting it. And he has a very strong instinct for it. Now he's developed it, but he still has empathy. He's still a good person. So he must be protecting someone. I mean, like, it could be that we're just at the end of the game here, that, yeah, we were so close to getting them, but so they knew that. So they laid every threat they could possibly use against everyone around Trump, explicitly, however explicit you want it to be, like plausibly demonstrating we have assassins. The whistleblowers for Boeing, that was us. Like putting everything on the table to make it happen. And it was just enough to convince Trump not to go with it. So that's the best possible angle that we can take. And it's still arguably not enough. The thing is, once he releases data, it's not like the moment he does it, things can be solved. Now, arguably, they can be. Like, if you release information that, okay, here are the celebrities that participated in the rape of children. If nothing is done about them, or if Trump is executed thereafter, you get mass civil unrest. You get a much bigger mandate for the exact things Trump was doing. And those celebrities will either be rapidly processed or lynched. Not a request, by the way, just a prediction. So Trump would be dead, but they wouldn't be able to stop it happening. So, but Trump would know that, and him and his family would die or be tortured and then killed. They probably control the Secret Service to some extent. So it's a very tense situation, but maybe Trump would release it later. Maybe, but again, even on his deathbed, his family's at risk. So I could well believe that Trump wants to release it, but that every single threat and force possible has been arrayed against him to prevent it from happening. So yes, it's a cover-up, but a cover-up that almost any person would comply with, given the threat level. I still think he needs to find a way to make it happen, but it would be very difficult, I'm sure. I mean, a lot of presidents have been involved in extrajudicial enforcement actions. If he has any reason to believe the Clintons are behind it, I ain't saying. I'm saying others probably have engaged in such things, maybe not to such a high-profile degree, but if he thinks he can find the ringleader, he might be better off just using what powers he has. Not a recommendation. Do not crime. Do not crime, Trump. Trump is close to being a mob boss as well, but he's not having people murdered, says Garma. We will jump by my threat. I don't think it's a bad thing having a mob boss leading a country as long as he's working to make the country better. Sure, it's certainly better than nothing. He's quite good at it too. That's funny, Jimmy.
Because I know Clintons were on there. And
The Clintons were on there.
100%. And while the Clintons were on the plane, while Bill Clinton was on the plane, there were rapes that occurred. And that's what I'm saying. Trump, although as many flights as there were and all that kind of stuff, and on the island and all that stuff, he was never there during a single alleged rape. But that Clinton for sure. And that's where the big cover-up was.
The Department of Justice investigator inside the Trump Justice Department says that while Trump may not have been present during the crimes that Prager investigated, it is clear that Trump is, quote, protecting a lot of people.
I don't know what's new that I have never seen that he's so hesitant to now show what's going on, and releasing all those files. I think he's protecting a lot of other people. He's not protecting himself because there's nothing there, but he's protecting a lot of people.
The citizen journalist boarded American Airlines Flight 1634 and landed in D.C. Monday at 8 o'clock at night and proceeded to go to dinner with this man, this DOJ investigator, at a restaurant called Blue Duck Tavern. Glenn Prager dislikes the fact Trump said the Epstein scandal is a hoax, but he also says, according to the evidence from his investigation, that Trump is not covering up for himself.
Because Trump's now saying it's a hoax.
I never assumed he was. Really, only the leftists and the leftist press said he was. I don't think they even believed it, most of them. Or the press didn't anyway, because they probably know. No, I don't think he was covering up for himself. As I said, the only thing I think is plausible for Trump is if his family have been very plausibly, credibly threatened with death. I think even for like a dozen of the biggest, or 2 dozen, 3 dozen, the biggest CEOs and cultural figures in the US were involved in this and would have to be arrested, but otherwise they'd be lynched. Even if it was that, I don't think that would be enough to dissuade Trump. But if they said, we will capture, torture, and then kill Ivanka, then maybe he would. If he believed it would absolutely happen, then maybe he would. And if he knew that they would reach her wherever he put her, and he knew that they had people embedded in every agency, that he couldn't trust anyone enough to protect her absolutely, then maybe I could see it. But it would have to be something that serious or more. I was about to check something. I don't know what I'll remember in a minute. Oh, yeah.
So the case is like a hoax or something. I mean, come on, you know it's not a hoax. He says a lot of stupid stuff. He's been on the plane, many times. Mm-hmm. It's just he was never on the plane with the kids. People want to tie it to him and say he's covering up for himself, but he's not.
Now, this is a very good thing for President Trump and seemingly exonerates him from many people who claim that he was doing something inappropriate himself. This dinner went on for 1 hour and 45 minutes as this Department of Justice investigator revealed things to a stranger that the leadership of the FBI and the Department of Justice has not. Prager revealed more information about Trump's hesitation to be fully transparent with the Epstein case, gave us some details about internal gripes against FBI Director Kash Patel from within the FBI, and he detailed a developing feud between Kash Patel and Attorney General Pam Bondi. If you'd like to see more of that conversation in the restaurant,
a feud between two of the worst members of Trump's cabinet so far, the Indian Viking, and, well, I don't know exactly what nickname to give Pam Bondi, but she's been well, what was it? She was saying like in favor of hate speech policy or something. She had some stupid opinion on free speech recently. Luckily, well, I mean, I guess that is her department, isn't it? Kind of. Pam Barbie, maybe.
You may subscribe to OMG and find it on our website.
Who was like the one name where you're like, oh my God.
Okay, I actually probably want to go and find that. Oh, he called him later. That's interesting.
the scenes corrupting this country. We must have a Department of Justice hearing people and who's on the air changed forever. For all this
Where is it?
Standing next to me.
Oh, just now.
Erica Curtis. We cannot bigger. Attorneys even sent a letter transparent. Be a hero and do the truth. And Charlie Kirk's.
Where was it? Oh, there it is.
Hey, now stop talking. I don't know who you are.
I'm a journalist. I need your help, sir.
I'm not talking to you or any journalist about anything.
Did you interview the Epstein victims?
I can't talk to you.
Sir.
On the heels of releasing this story, I wanted to emphasize.
Yeah, so that's about what I would expect him to say, but he didn't say that to the girl he thought you could chat up, did he? Well, I'm glad that works for situations like this. See if there's any good comments. O'Keefe says, DOJ investigator Prager reached out offering a response to our report. Oh, so this is the guy who blabbed. He says, quote, I was approached in what I believe was a casual, non-professional context, and I later learned the individual was misrepresenting themselves. Well, yeah. Journalists can do that. It's good that they do. He says, thinking it was simply personal banter, I responded in kind. Any remarks from that exchange should not be interpreted as accurate statements or reflective of my actual work, conduct, or opinions. Yeah, but they are, aren't they? He says, I want to ensure there is no confusion caused by that misleading interaction. Please stop calling and texting. It's approaching harassment. He says, printing any story related to my opinion is misleading and or is completely inaccurate. No, it isn't. To make it perfectly clear, I was not involved in any way, and any opinions are based on public information. No, they're not. No, I don't believe you. It's possible that what he was doing there was just stating his opinion, but he has access to more information than anyone else does. He was certainly making it sound like it was from more private information, doesn't it? Obviously, he worked for the CIA. Current CIA director and everything repeatedly before becoming director. Well, then he shouldn't be director then, should he? Yeah, this is a good point. Number of arrests for all of these evil misdeeds, 0. Some of these are more debatable. The Russian collusion hoax, maybe defamation, but arrests on that, not much. Jan 6th, the FBI agents were doing their job, but arrests for the people that set it up, perhaps. Arrests for the people that made the violence more likely, perhaps, but that's kind of hard to say. Mar-a-Lago read again, this was the officers involved were doing their job. Arrests for the people that orchestrated it, again, maybe. Biden auto pen. Yeah, no, that probably should be arrests for that. I reckon that's probably against the Constitution in some way, depending on how you read it. 22 election, definitely arrests for that should be made. Dozens, hundreds probably. Epstein pedophile arrests, again, dozens or hundreds of arrests. COVID, there were almost certainly a lot of constitutional violations people should be arrested for. Fauci maybe should be arrested as well, depending on exactly what for. Benghazi, I actually didn't know much about it. Doge findings, that's more debatable. Depends which ones. Ukrainian impeachment hoax. Ukrainian impeachment hoax, what was that for? I'm not sure what that one is, actually. But yeah, still, it's none in any of the categories. Now, as I said before, retribution is ultimately less important than reconstruction, but it's still very important, and you don't want to go all of one and none of the other. People do justifiably want retribution, and the more retribution there is, the more deterrence there is against it happening again or more. Trump does need to focus on retribution, at least as much as he is on reconstruction at this point. He's done a pretty good job on reconstruction, I will say. But on retribution, he's not. He's done almost nothing. Yeah. We need to have the full information on this revealed. Yeah. So this story was released 3 days ago. As far as I know, we haven't had any sort of comment from any officials on it, on why this has happened. If it hasn't been released, this really needs to be commented on. So Do look out for it, chat. If you see anyone commenting on it, please do let me know. Smith says, don't forget that at Nuremberg, I was only following orders, lost its viability as a defense. Yeah, I can see some reasoning to defend it, but it depends what you're doing. I think at that point it's less about the ethics or the overall legality and more about the pure morality. If you're committing a genocide, then I was just following orders isn't a good enough excuse. If you're committing a lawful domestic raid when there's a warrant and a plausible reason to do so, or at least you've been told there is, that's not quite the same thing. So that's where I think it breaks down, is where the action itself is so obviously evil that it's not an excuse anymore. The raid is not an inherently evil thing on its own. If you're not hurting anyone, if you're just going there to try and find documents or whatever they were doing. Obviously still wrong, but just following orders in that case is much more of an excuse. So it says, we already knew that Epstein had some intelligence connections and that Clinton flew on that jet many times. This does not tell us much apart from appearing to exonerate Trump. So convenient. It doesn't, we already were pretty sure of that. This adds confirmation to that. It also makes it pretty clear that, I think the thing it does make clear, Toast, as separate from before, is that there is more information about Epstein that has not been released, which of course many of us have suspected for a while. I did state that I think it's plausible that there isn't, but more likely that there is. This definitely seems to imply that, because this guy is saying that he knows of who was on the planes when rapes occurred. We have no documents released publicly, as far as I know, about when rapes occurred. He has read documents showing when rapes occurred, which means that those documents are in the US government hands under the Trump administration and have not been released to the public. So that's different, Toast. That is an important extra detail here. That needs to be released straight away. I was like to think that they have been swamped with doing actual investigations from the mess that was probably left by the Biden admin. Honestly, here's an argument. You've got to clean house before you start going after other people. Maybe they're still trying to clean house, still trying to get rid of the corrupt elements within their federal organizations. But if that's the case, why is the head of the CIA someone who met with Epstein? So yeah, no, probably the CIA should either be gutted or at least frozen, repurposed, completely altered. I wonder if Trump could gather his most trusted people, get on Air Force One, fly to a completely undeclared airport, maybe just declare it on the way, like, sorry, you're letting us land. Cancel all our flights, you're letting us land. Redirect all our flights, you're letting us land. Just no warning, like hide as well as you can for several months. Release everything. Make it very clear who is responsible. Leave clear instructions to arrest and detain all of them and cut their communications before. Like absolute full balls to the wall retaliation while Trump is completely out of range of anyone. The only way that goes wrong is if someone gets on the plane or if the Clintons have something set up long in advance with someone that's so loyal that they will find and kill Trump's family even after the Clintons are completely gone. If I was in Trump's position, I'd be very tempted. I don't have a family, can't exactly empathize to that degree. I don't like children, family. I've got a family the other direction, but I can't exactly empathize with that risk. And I wouldn't want to put the people in risk. But if I was in Trump's position, I would be asking them. This is a question I would not ask except for the extremity. Almost no one in the world has ever had to ask a question at this level of extremity, but I am asking you now. Are you willing to risk your life to do this? And they probably would say yes, at which point you execute the plan. One of the biggest fucking operations in terms of risk and in terms of merit in world history. It would be fucking spectacular and absolutely worth it Now, if that's going to happen, they would probably want to do it nearer the end of the administration. So we might have a lot of excitement in 2028 here, chat. A lot of excitement. Nah, it's a bit of a long shot, but I really hope he does something about it. I do believe that even if he is protecting people, that he does want to do the right thing on this. But there is other cases where he hasn't done the right thing, retributive-wise. So, yeah. Ginger's saying, just remember, guys, we are still less than 1/4 into Trump's reign. He's probably just taking his time and making sure there's no loopholes and escapes. Remember, they tried to kill him. He has the fire of vengeance in him. I hope you're right, Ginger, and you might be. I hope you're right. Yeah, Quarter says there's no good excuse not to release it. I definitely agree from our perspective, but if I were Trump, and again, it would have to be an extreme, very credible threat against my entire family for me to even consider hesitating. But I could see that. Dharma says, also, I feel that the Epstein list was scrubbed long before Trump's first term because we had 8 years of Obama and Biden when the original indictment for Epstein came down. Certainly, they could have done it then. And if they didn't do it then, they could have done it after Trump's first term. I'm sure that a lot of information the US government did have that they could have used against Epstein was erased in some sense. But it sounds like there's still enough left over. Somehow. Trump takes a trip on a nuclear submarine. It's going to be hard getting Barron aboard. Well, the problem is with that, you have to have as few people as possible with you. They all have to be people that you can trust. Like if you were going to do this, you'd want to get pilots that you've worked with for years and replace the current pilots on Air Force One. You'd want to get bodyguards that you know personally, or no bodyguards at all. Hell, the fewer the merrier. You're on Air Force One. But then, do the enemy have Air Force people that they can deploy to shoot down the plane? Well, bring an escort. Well, how about if they're the problem? You obviously turn off the transponder, make sure your plane is as invisible as it can possibly be. Or take a fucking jaunt with your family in some military stealth jet. I don't know if there are any stealth jets in service that could house the whole family. There probably are. Whatever it takes, be creative. But I'm sure it could be done that at least for a while, Trump would be president in exile, but safe even from professional assassins. I'm sure it could be done, but it's a big risk. I like that, Ezreal. Blue pill, Trump's hiding the list because he's in on it. Black pill, Trump's hiding the list because there's a gun to his head. White pill, accounting for every contingency takes time. I really hope you're right, and you might be as well. I really hope you're right. Portrait says, even then it would further justify going to war with those responsible and erasing the left that protects them. A lot of a very harsh response is required, and maybe it is the matter of just accounting for all eventualities. I'm sure that Trump has faced similar situations like this in, not as extreme, but similar situations in business. And reacting too quickly might be a bad idea. He's probably really, if this is true, if the white people perspective Ezreal listed and if Ginger's perspective is true, then holy shit, it must have hurt to say that it's a hoax, but he knew he had to. But surely in that case, you would prefer to just say nothing. Maybe it would look more suspicious. But no, I think saying it's a hoax is more suspicious. I don't know, guys. I don't know. It's really hard to reason that out. I think there's lots of factors that we don't know about yet. Yeah. Which is, even if he is killed for it, then we still have the names of everyone involved, and the people will likely start putting out bounties if he just fucking release. Yes, I agree. From almost everyone else's perspective, it's best that he release the list. But the perpetrators only have to threaten him and people that he cares about, and he could stop it from happening. Which again, as I said, when it's that extreme, I could empathize with that decision. Yes, if he released the names, it would fix it. Even if he was then immediately killed, even if his entire administration was then immediately assassinated. Well, that would just give more casus belli. That would cause I'm pretty confident that would cause a lot of citizen action, shall we say. Especially if they kill Trump as well. Like, okay, now we know who did it. The Clintons would not survive. Yeah, the handling of this definitely does seem retarded. And the only option is to release it all, says Quattro. I can understand him not doing so, but that is still the best option, if he's willing to risk it. Jackie says, we cannot disclose the list because it will destroy the country and our allies, just my opinion. So that's what I'm saying, the other angle. If Trump is not directly being threatened, but he knows that it would do too much damage to the fabric of the nation, then he would still just say, no, we're doing this, but we're just going to handle it. We're just going to try our best to manage the fallout. Yeah, if 15% of the top CEOs just go dark, well, we'll find replacements. They've got replacements in their own company. If 30% of Hollywood goes dark, well, that actually would not be a big loss. That might be an improvement, actually. But it's going to make the nation significantly healthier. We're going to have areas where people who are massive pedophiles have massive influence. Suddenly their influence is gone. Suddenly the pedophiles have less influence. And so everything will get healthier. It's much like everything else he's doing. It's long term, even if in some of his policies are bad in the short term, but really good in the long term, even good in the midterm. That's what he needs to do now with these pedophiles installed in various places. Short term, it will cause a shock to the system because they'll suddenly be gone. Although I don't think the market's going to react that disfavorably because holy shit, it's pedophiles. But long term, it's much better for the country, surely. Now, maybe it's both. Maybe he knows he's a powerful people, and his family, his whole family, has been threatened with credible torture and murder. Again, it would have to be pretty serious for him to go this far. For him to call it a hoax in public. For him to take all the flack for it. Ginger says, I've just had a Cybersmith tier theory. This would be good. Trump is indeed not able to release it because they will be untold destruction at the hands of alien invaders who are allied to Epstein, who himself is an alien. Well, I suppose we'll call that the green pill. Cortez says, dealing out punishments for those who controlled Epstein would massively alleviate the problem, though. Again, Quattro, I don't think I'm disagreeing with anything you're saying, except specifically from Trump's perspective, if he has been threatened. It would obviously be better for everyone else if he did it, but it might be worse for him. Ginger says, alien pedos from Globulon 9 are holding Trump's family hostage to save Epstein's reputation. So he didn't die, he was beamed up. Green pill is appropriate. Weed. Quarter says, I don't give a flying fuck about short-term damage. Nothing is too great a price to wipe this scum off the face of the earth. Yeah. No, I agree. That's what I'm saying. It would be short-term damage, but I think it would be long-term much better. Maybe Trump believes the short-term damage would be so extreme it would destroy the country, but I don't think so. Unless this issue is way more widespread than it probably is. Unless it's like, yeah, in order to become a CEO of a company that earns more than $100 million a year, you have to be Epstein. You have to have pedophile dirt on you to get to that point. If it's that bad, then that's much worse. In order to get into a major film in Hollywood, you have to have pedophile dirt on you. If it's that bad, he may think, yeah, we would just wipe out all major companies and all media. Now, the Hollywood stuff is actually completely useless. But what if every industry has this? What if it's every industry? That everyone with power has some pedo dirt on them? Again, I don't think it's that extensive. But if it was that extensive, would it be justified to at least delay the release in order to account for it? I don't know if it would. It might not be. But again, the only thing which would justify not releasing them, generally speaking, not just personally for Trump, but generally speaking, is if he was certain it would destroy the country to reveal it. And I don't think that could ever be true. As Quattro says, nothing of value would be lost. In a lot of these industries it wouldn't, certainly with Hollywood, but you're literally getting rid of pedophiles. So, I mean, how many, like, okay, so you've got option one, CEO, very experienced, founded the company, able to run the company just fine, it's successful right now. Option two, untested, might be good as a CEO, the right-hand man of the previous CEO, might be good, might destroy the company. Okay, you've got this same question to answer 100 or 1,000 times. Oh, by the way, option one's a pedophile. Yeah, option two. I'm going to go with option two. Anyone else? Option two? Option two. Unfortunately, Ginger, like as much as I think many people have this sort of assumption that you can just wipe out the existing and replace it completely, you can't. The economy relies on not just the economy, but society, civilization relies on being what it is today and then changing to something new gradually. It's built on what it already is. It's not something that you can just wipe clean and replace with something else. And these things generate very gradually from meritocratic processes that require instantiated things to still exist. Now, that's not an argument that he shouldn't do it, obviously. It's just, generally speaking, we cannot reliably just wipe what's there and replace it with something new. It has to be either careful or gradual or natural or something along those lines. Yeah, but the US has the leeway for its economy to suffer and still be the biggest in the world. And by the way, if the US economy suffers, China's will too. It's not like the US economy suffering is going to help China much. Could argue that if the US economy is suffering, then, and like really badly, then more people might push towards funneling money into cheap Chinese labor instead. But all Trump has to do is enforce protectionism to do that. But then the combination of that might, I don't know, could be enough. Like, protectionism is something where your economy needs to be strong to justify it. If the economy becomes weak and he maintains protectionism, maybe that would be enough to topple it. And he can't drop the protectionism because that would just give all the advantage to China, and then they would outcompete the US. Because again, the economy, line going down, it's not just that, Quadri. If line goes down too much, China becomes world hegemon. And that's the ultimate bad state. Like, that is, I'm afraid, worse than them getting away with it. I'm sorry, almost nothing is worse than them getting away with it. There's like 2 or 3 things. China becoming world hegemon is one of them, in my opinion. And if it's not managed very carefully, and especially if the grip on the economy of the Epstein stuff is worse than we think, it's not impossible. Again, if the economy weakens to a significant degree, either the protectionism stays and the economy is strangled, or the protectionism goes and China becomes world hegemon just by being fed by the US. Now, maybe that's weatherable, but I don't know. Trump may think it isn't. Ginger says, the world economy is already like an Alzheimer's stage for prostate cancer. Its time is limited and there's going to be a cataclysmic bursting of a bubble that will make the 2008 financial crash look like a walk in the park. If we can choose when the crash happens and wipe out a gargantuan cabal of pedos in the process, I see this as an acceptable loss. Yes. I think Trump's plan is to strengthen the US economy so much that they have a very good chance of weathering when that bubble pops, but it will pop. Again, white pill answer, as Israel said, and as you said as well, Ginger, maybe he's just preparing to do this and he's going to do it later, perhaps nearer the end of his term, perhaps nearer when things are more healthy and more stable and he can rely on this being done better. If that's the case, it's not great, but it would be acceptable. I would understand why he did that. A lot of pedos would get away with it for longer. A lot of pedos would die having never faced justice as well, die of old age having never faced justice. So that's obviously very bad. But if it does save the world, it's acceptable. So we're going to have to wait and find out about that. This is a topic that a lot of debate is justified on. And I'm glad that we've had it. I hope you don't think I'm taking a firm side here, chat, especially not if I'm taking a wrong firm side. Almost all of you have made good points here. And I agree with at least parts of all of them. Take out the dam first. Unfortunately, that just means nuclear holocaust. I'm speculating that China would treat the collapse of that dam, even if it is known to be an accident, or at least strongly suspected, they would treat it as equivalent to a nuclear strike. Hell, they treat it as equivalent to 10 nuclear strikes. If there's any chance that another nation did it, they will just start nuking things. Because at that point, China in its current state is over. What is it, like a third of their industrial, and it's more than that, isn't it? It's more than it's a third of their population, isn't it? Like 80% of their industrial capacity. China's over if that happens. So why would they not just start nuking people? And if they think there's any chance America did it, they will send every nuke they have at America. Even if India did it, they'll still nuke America. So unfortunately, bomb the dam is a very base sentiment, but it's basically like saying nuke Beijing, which, again, I'm not saying is necessarily a bad idea, except for the retaliation. I would rather everyone on Earth exists, including the bad guys, than no one exists. It's not worth it. You've got to find a way to kill them without killing yourself. Dharma says, it wasn't that long ago we discovered that the Chinese ICBMs have water in their fuel. I'm not willing to risk the life of every human on Earth on the basis that that could have been isolated, a deliberate misleading, or fixed by now. I'm not willing to risk 8 billion lives on that. I don't think anyone should be. It wouldn't necessarily be 8 billion lives, but it could be as many as 8 billion. Bomb, 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 bomb the dam. It's a very fun idea, and what I particularly find funny about it is that you don't even need a very big bomb. If you can get someone there with a suitcase, it's probably enough. But even if they find out that you attempted to bomb the dam, they might nuke you anyway. Probably not if you just attempt it, but the retaliation would be so extreme. It would be everything short of nuking if they found out you attempted it. Nachos wants to so bad. A few well-placed RPGs. Chat, press 1 if you'd volunteer for the mission. My caution over the idea of it being the end of the species is the only reason I wouldn't volunteer for the mission. Of course, assuming that I had the skills to actually do it. Yeah, in terms of intent, that's the only reason I'd be hesitant, is because it might end the world. It's not really worth it. But holy shit. If I knew it wouldn't, yes, I'd volunteer for that mission, absolutely. Ginger says, you don't need to bomb the dam. Wait for an especially nasty monsoon season and just send in a team with bricks of C4 up their asses and job's done. The Three Gorges is terrible because it's so close to popping when it maxed out in the first place. Yep, that would be easy. But again, if the Chinks detect any hint of an explosion, they will nuke America. Probably. And that is a lot to risk. Hell, maybe that is why Trump is building the Golden Dome. And if he is, holy shit, that's money well spent. Because that's the thing. Mutually assured destruction, it's very high risk, but it keeps people safe when it's not hitting that high risk. You know, if it is a high risk, it's all or nothing, but usually it's nothing. The Golden Dome challenges that regime. You no longer have MAD at that point. It's a massive risk unless you specifically are doing the Golden Dome to try to prevent any Chinese nukes hitting the US mainland, and then you bomb the dam. Dude, what if in Trump's last term, he's like, yeah, Epstein, it was the Clintons, here's the full unredacted list of all the names of the people that did it and their crimes. We're sending the military to arrest them. Oh, and by the way, we're bombing the dam and we're confident we can stop 100% of the missiles from China. Wouldn't that be a fucking hell of a year? 2027, 2028 might be quite interesting years. But that's a lot to ask for. Oh, by the way, JPreg, you're no longer JPreg. Let me do the thing quickly. Yep, it's now Pregged Invader. So JPreg, I'm removing your role. On his mpreg arc is gone. And then we'll do at Invader, it's your lucky day. No, yeah, you can remove the R, you're keeping the E, I'm afraid. There we go. Congratulations to Invader, who has been pregged. Now, the pregged item on the Cabal leaderboard does not actually require they change their name. I guess. Oh no, it doesn't actually. It doesn't at all. JPEG kept his as that in good fun, I think, because JPreg got to first. He changed his name and then pregged maybe I'm getting that confused. No, because I can't remember what I said on that. I might change Invader's name. We'll see. We'll see what his reaction is. Seahorse Invader. What does that mean? It just says, I'd be amazed if the Golden Dome is fully operational by the time Trump is out of office. Yeah. Even a double term for JD Vance would be pushing it for such a massive anti-missile system capable of defending an entire continent. Yeah, fair. It's unfortunate. Maybe they just want to do the best they can. Hey, maybe that's part of the long-term plan. Assuming, which I think is a reasonable assumption, JD gets 2 terms. Yeah, usually that wouldn't be such a reasonable assumption, but right now, if things go roughly as they look like they are, JD will get 2 terms. By the end of his term, maybe he does this. See how he's carried the. Yes, they do. I see. Yes, makes sense. I think I had the conception that seahorses, that the male seahorses get preggers, but they actually don't exactly. They carry the babies in some sense, but they're not actually pregnant technically. Yeah, Triple, what do you think of the Three Gorges Dam? They tried to launch, they nuked themselves considering how their space program tends to go. China has had some success in space, but yeah, it's pretty mixed. Yeah, a Solder says you don't need a bouncing bomb. Like, put it this way, there's probably a couple of 100 missiles the US own that could hit the dam today. They're not avoiding doing it because they can't. They're avoiding doing it for other reasons. And the only exception to that, of course, is like anti-missile systems. Maybe they'd be able to shoot it down, but if the US sent its entire arsenal, chances are one will get through. So this is add another 0 to that number. Fair enough. Yeah. If the US sent, therefore, even 10% of that arsenal, 20%, one of them would definitely get through. Even with all of China, even if China had advance warning, if they knew when they were launched that they were coming, they probably still couldn't knock them all out. So yeah, it could happen. Natchez is asking Triple, will you help me destroy the Three Gorges Dam? Gorgeous says, she's in the kitchen right now, but I know she is of the same mind as I am because she's actually seen what China is like and wants to stay far away. So, yeah. We spent a long time on this one, didn't we, chat? Let's continue. But, yes, let's continue. See what else we got. Oh yeah, Reuters in 2013. Too much Tylenol in pregnancy could affect development. The children seem to have poorer motor skills than kids whose mothers had taken the drug fewer times or not at all. Tylenol-exposed kids also tended to start walking later, have poorer communication and language skills, and more behavior problems. That was Reuters in 2013. Reuters in 2025. Trump links autism to Tylenol and vaccines, claims not backed by science. All right, let's go for the best possible faith here. Technical defense. In the first article, they didn't mention autism. Now, maybe what Trump has done, which would be a bit of a stretch because he's got a lot of medical professionals around him, but you know how these things can go. Maybe he has, in fact, confused 2 things because we talk a lot about low-functioning autism and high-functioning autism. Maybe they are genuinely different conditions that just manifest very similarly, even though they do seem to be a gradient. Perhaps Tylenol is something that doesn't give you the high-functioning autism, that might be genetic, but that it can produce the low functioning autism, what we might just think of as full-on retardation. But that when it does produce that, you also get the symptoms of autism as well for free. So it's called autism, but it's actually more sort of a discrete condition. If that's the case, then calling what Tylenol does autism is slightly off. It's slightly misleading. It's not wrong, but it's slightly misleading. And that's the crevice in which Reuters could lodge this objection. Also, I'm not sure Trump actually said vaccines cause autism. I don't remember him saying that. He might have done. But that's the best I can do to defend Reuters, I think. I'm not sure if that's true, but I could see it being true. Bevelin says some of those symptoms are symptoms of low functioning autism. It's true. JPEG says, I kept the R despite not having to, because as long as I had the R, it was funny. Oh, of course, okay. I was roughly right before. I was being retarded. JPEG was the highest MPREG cause, but it wasn't number 1 anymore. So you didn't have to keep the rename, but you were MPREG-ARC. But you decided to keep the rename because you're based. But because Pregged Invader isn't number 1, he doesn't have to be renamed, except it is number 1. So he does have to be renamed. TopSpot can enforce a rename. So yeah, unless one of you wants to change that, unless one of you has, if one of you has 2,295 credit to redeem, then you can make Pegged Invader his name instead of Pregged Invader. That's it. That's all we can do. Let's Rubbing 7 full of male pregnancy. Let's go ahead and do at Invader. By popular demand, you are being reassigned. The original nickname. Let's just do that for now. Get it from here. I'll try and do this as properly as I can. That, and then I'm going to have to modify his name to, there we go. Okay, I've got rid of upstanding from his name because I had to get rid of something. But yeah, we've got to respect the Kabale leaderboard. Pregged Invader has now been renamed. If it's changed since I did that, no, it hasn't. Yeah, there you go. He's now Pregged Invader. And he's on his MPreg arc as well. Ginger says, my theory is that there are genetic factors that induce autism, and that paracetamol, that's the same thing as Tylenol, has the ability to level up the autism's power level. Yes. I think that's probably it. Same thing with what's it? What was it we were discussing that probably has a genetic component? Homosexuality. That was it. Homosexuality, there's 3 causes I've heard that I think are plausible, though the last one is dubious. First one, genetic. Second one, child abuse. Third one, parasites. I've seen no evidence of that, but it's a good theory. I think the reason that some people in chat, I can't remember who it was exactly. It might have been, I won't say actually, but whoever it was said, oh yeah, no, I tried fucking deep throating some ivermectin to try and get rid of any parasites that might have been in me causing the homosexuality, because someone was homosexual and said that. But it didn't work. Okay, it's not all of them then, assuming they were telling the truth. If it is parasites, it's not all of them. But I would not be surprised if it's some. So same thing there. It's multiple factors, but to say that parasites don't cause homosexuality, if that were true, would be silly. Of course they do, but it's not the only cause. Same thing with this. It's one of the ways it can happen. But genetically, and possibly childhood experiences may also cause it as well. I would not be surprised. I think that's much less likely. The childhood experiences causing autism would have to be very young for it not to manifest otherwise. Although maybe it didn't manifest and then something happened and then it did manifest. Ginger, have you ever heard of a case of trauma-induced autism? I'm not sure about that. I suspect it's not true. Ginger says the parasites argument is basically just an extrapolation of the logic of how toxoplasmosis affects behavior. Yes, it is. And again, I think it's plausible. Toxoplasmosis gondii is, I think, fairly rare for a thing to have that kind of effect on a human. But I don't think it's the only one that does. I think there are other things that can too. Fifth one, atrazine, it's turning the friggin' frogs gay. Yeah, the thing is with that is it wasn't turning them gay, it was turning them trans. It was literally flipping the gender of the frogs. Traumatism, that's good. Fourth one, programming. Now that is induced by autism, you see. Garma says, I think genetics is one of the primary things that causes homosexuality. Yes, I would agree. It's one of the ways. The idea of homosexuals don't breed, they recruit is true, but I think they also sometimes just pop out at random. I don't know that that's true. It might be non-genetic. It might be entirely abuse and parasites. But I suspect there is genetic component. Same thing with gender dysphoria. We've argued about this, Wolf. Let's try not to rehash it. But I do think that it probably is a real condition. And if it is, it's probably genetic. But again, it could be trauma/abuse induced as well. All right, Wolf. Okay, let's go on to the next thing. One of these men is modern day Jesus. Jimmy Kimmel returned in 3 days. Charlie Kirk didn't. Now, is it too soon still, chat? Is it too soon for good taste to joke about this? I don't think so. So Jimmy Kimmel returned? Why? Why did that happen? If they did it in the first place, that means something changed between it happening and it unhappening. So what changed? I don't know. Anyone know? Anyone have a theory on this? Ginger says trauma-induced and chemically induced schizophrenia both exist, and the same areas of the brain are affected by both schizophrenia and autism, resulting in it basically being impossible to be both autistic and schizo. I personally never heard of trauma-induced autism, but logically it makes sense that it could. Fair enough. Garmus has also considered that cat owners can be exposed to parasites that make them stop being repulsed by the smell of cat piss. Yes, that's toxoplasmosis that Ginger was talking about. Toxoplasma gondii is the parasite name. That's a fairly well-known one, and it's really worrying. I think that's anyone that's a cat lady is toxoplasmosified. But also some people who just have one may be on the road to toxoplasmosification. That's a fucking word, and I nailed it first try. An autistic schizo counts the trains he thinks he sees. That's good too. Gravelon says most intersex are infertile. They are still being born and will be forever. Indeed, yeah. I'm not suggesting that heritability is absolute, of course. No, there's variation that produces more, yes. Natural selection can't select against fringe outcomes that are a result of normal and viable outcome just fucking up at random. Same with genetic faggotry. Might be just a random fuck up that comes selected against. I would argue that evolution is doing exactly what it intends to do, as far as you can personify it as intending to do anything, and that there is some benefit to the species occasionally producing homosexuals and intersex. Otherwise, evolution would have selected more strongly against it than it already has. Even if that benefit is just, it's bad, and it's a way of deselecting people who fail to resist it. Specifically for homosexuality. Intersex is a different question. But yeah, copying error. Yeah, it's complex, yeah, but maybe it's also beneficial in some way. Otherwise, it would have probably been selected against more strongly. There are other ways that the construction of the body could vary that would be less beneficial. That said, also, waste is part of an energy efficient process sometimes. You've got to try things. You don't know what's going to work before you try it. Yeah, either way. What are the dots for, Jackie? Yeah.
I suspect the dots are in response to the little disagreement that Solder and I just had.
Okay. Nachos and Nerd Wonder have been diagnosed by Pug as having cat AIDS. Nachos, can you confirm that you do in fact have toxoplasmosis? Are you toxoplasmosified? Have you undergone toxoplasmosification? None of us are talking about the Jimmy Kimmel thing. Yeah, I don't really care either. Let's move on. I think I'm going to have to reacquire this next one because Discord. Okay, it says, Republicans believe guns are for hunting, protecting family, and protecting citizens from a tyrannical government because that's what they use them for. Democrats think guns are for murder because that's what they use them for. Now, albeit this is a pretty boomer-tastic meme with the multiple exclamation marks, I think it's fucking spot on. I don't have anything more to add to it, than that really. This is the case for a lot of things as well. I think the same thing is also true of anything related to sort of sexual impropriety. When the left acts in a sort of sexually interactive way, any attempt at flirting, that kind of thing, I don't know how self-aware they are of this, but it's always awful and creepy and a total failure because they have low testosterone in many cases. When the right does it, it's not. Now, this is a massive generalization, obviously, but there's a tendency in that direction, especially these days, because of where testosterone correlates. And so the left assumes that any attempt to do it is just as creepy as when they do it, that their intention is just as directly for sexual gratification when everyone else does it. And the same thing with everything. And the same thing with elections too. Well, we've got to cheat because the right's doing it, obviously. No, they're not. Maybe they were in the past. I'm sure they were, actually, but they're probably not now. We've got to cheat because otherwise they will, or because they're already doing it. Because why wouldn't they? Because we do. Well, the right doesn't and still wins anyway. Well, they must have cheated because we did, but they didn't. And you still lost. Evelyn says, I strongly disagree with the idea that every outcome not selected against is somehow beneficial on a large scale. Natural election is not perfect. It is if you account for energy, the energy the energy efficiency of a system, sometimes the energy efficiency of fixing something is greater. The energy cost of fixing something is too great to be worth selecting for it. So natural selection is always not. It's not always selecting for the perfect outcome overall, but the perfect outcome in terms of when you account for energy efficiency, I think you could argue that. He says, there are outcomes it just can't select against. If normal outcome is viable or beneficial, but is prone to specific form of failure that is not viable or beneficial, natural selection will not select against that outcome. It will just allow the failure to crop up as it's not the failure that is selected for. I believe over enough time, there is nothing that escapes the selection process. On a small time scale, you get random fluctuations and what you could call error. But if you abstract that out to a larger time scale, it is part of a process that is necessary. And so you have to zoom out a long way for psychopaths to be worth it, for even pedophiles to be in any sense naturally selected for disabled people, for people with just horrible malformations, purely genetic ones, to be worth it in an evolutionary sense. You have to zoom out a very long way, but I do believe that they are being selected for on that timescale. I mean, I think if it was all just error, you would not have as many psychopaths. Oh, because they're useful, yeah, but they're useful on a slightly shorter time scale, but they're very useless in some cases. And I think their use is less than there are proportion of them in the population. And again, there are many other things that humans do that lead me to believe that evolution is selecting in such a way that it does deliberately allow through bad things. There are many things that humans do which don't benefit the individual or even the tribe, but they do benefit the species. The pattern of complacency is a good example, not just intra-nation, but the entire nation that gets complacent. If it gets too powerful, it slows right the hell down and gets clawed back down by the crabs in the bucket. Why? Because competition is necessary and a monopoly is bad. So I think evolution knows what it's doing. I think these are patterns that have been adapted into human behavior on such a comprehensive level that tiny individual tendencies amount on a large scale to exactly the kind of plays you would make in an RTS if you had a really zoomed out view. So I think evolution is smarter than you are currently saying it is, and that things that it does that appear to be mistakes are actually part of a grander operation. Ginger says, natural selection will often fail to eliminate natural selection. I'm not sure what you mean by that. As is evidenced by the prevalence of late-in-life medical conditions like dementia or Huntington's being inheritable conditions. Again, Ginger, if you have found something bad, why are you assuming that evolution would select against it? It's bad for the people living through it. Is it bad for the species overall across maximum timescales for old people to get mental conditions? Consider what could possibly be the advantage of that. You have to be dispassionate on a very large timescale. What could possibly be the advantage of that? More varied care for old people, more difficulty put into caring for them means more slack in setting up to care for them. More options when it comes to dropping care for them, if your society is desperate. Deselection for impatience, deselection for carers who aren't worthy of the task, who shouldn't be around old people. There's probably other factors in their lives that contribute to it. Probably there is genetic heritability as well, but there are probably other factors as well, which we can add in there. Deselection of those behaviors over a large enough timescale, but only manifesting when they're in old age. That's something else you could reason about. Again, these are all just potential benefits, but there's enough there to say, okay, maybe evolution is selecting for it. Ginger says, all people can pass on knowledge that is more useful, and if the care for the old people is too expensive, there is always the option to let them be discontinued. Not sure what you're arguing, which side of the argument you're arguing for there. All people passing on information that is useful, yes, but if, again, deselection, you would deselect those around the old people for whom the old people have suffered a life that tends to lead to dementia or Huntington's or whatever else. If there are factors besides the genetic, and even then, even genetic errors, quote unquote, are part of a positive selection pattern overall, because populations must compete. In terms of energy efficiency, yes, you can have errors, which are, it would be too costly energy-wise to erase them, or there are other things it's more worth spending the energy to change on, because change also costs energy because it can be too abrupt, too sudden. You don't know it's a safe change. So different strategies emerge, different populations. There's different phenotypes, even among the same race, which are all competing in different ways. They're all competing on what fits the current model better. And sometimes to fit that better, the sacrifices must be made within the internal composition. Again, you could consider this on a short or medium term to be what you're saying, but on a long term, it's what I'm saying. On a long term, it's part of that selection process, the competing of different groups, different combinations of strategies that work in different degrees. No, I think the genetic tendency towards problems not only can be explained as potentially beneficial for its side effects, which you always must consider, but can also be explained as part of the competitive process once you take into account energy efficiency and the danger of sudden change. So no, I'm not reaching, Ravelon. I think you are not looking on a large enough timescale. What you're saying applies to the short and medium term. It does not apply to the longest term, i.e. thousands of years or even millions of years. I think, Ravelon, the question of whether a negative trait could miss deselection is what I'm saying. Evolution is, there's more benefit to keeping that in than to trying to get rid of it. So evolution selects for it. And everyone can then compete, those that have it and those that don't compete. And that's part of the process as well, to make sure it is the energy efficient option or the option that fits best. So I believe we're saying the same thing. I believe we're actually agreeing, but I'm perceiving it on the broadest timescale where it actually is part of the plan rather than being an aberration, which is on the shorter timescale, which is what you're talking about, I think. Again, you can't look at benefits and drawbacks on the scale of individuals, tribes, or even nations. You have to look on the scale of the entire species across hundreds or thousands or millions of years. And that's almost impossible to do. What I'm saying here is not for sure. I'm fairly confident about it, but I don't have evidence, not strong evidence anyway. Ginger says, natural selection is an imperfect system that does not have the ability to prevent post-fertility diseases from occurring in a population. The existence of these, why would it want to? You got to explain why. You can't just look at we don't want it, we don't like it. No, natural selection is not trying to do what you think it's trying to do. It's not trying to create a perfectly functional society, because then that would be stagnant. It's trying to create constant adaptation. As I said, the universe abhors stagnation more than it abhors corruption, and will use corruption to break stagnation. Evolution does the same thing. I would argue that if you take into account enough factors, natural selection is perfect. But only if you take into account enough factors, like energy efficiency. If you don't take that into account, then yeah, it's very flawed. But you should take that into account. Mavis says, natural selection does not care for human morality and individuals. It cares only for adapting the species to its environment across an indefinite time frame. It cares only that you reproduce because it's the only real detail being selected for. I think you're agreeing with me there, and I agree. I would word it differently, but yeah. Evelyn says, yes, it does. If the pressure on reproduction chance is insufficient, then the selection just does not apply. We do not agree. You're of the belief that evolution is perfect as an algorithm. I disagree. I think we're defining perfect differently. I think I have said everything I need to say to make my point. It may be that there's a misunderstanding somewhere, you or I. I think we should move on. But it is an interesting conversation. Let's go to the next thing. Yeah, this is quite important news. It's one of our big stories, if Twitter would not mind loading for me. Just in, FBI discloses to US Congress that it embedded 275 plainclothes agents in Jan 6th crowds more than 4.5 years ago. Now, what were we told? I can't remember when it was. It was probably about a year or maybe 2 years ago. What were we told? Because I remember being told, yes, there was like 10. And I said, I bet there were more than that. I think I did anyway, or at least suspected there were. 275. How big was the crowd? It was a couple thousand, I think. Maybe 3,000 or 4,000, something like that. 275 is actually quite a significant portion of that. Is 275 people in a crowd that is actually just protesting enough to turn it into a riot? Yes. As Emu says, easily enough to steer the crowd. Yes. Are these people trained in steering crowds? Almost certainly. Would they have been motivated to steer the crowd towards violence? Yes. Are there other indications that the people there wanted violence? Yes. Was it immediately capitalized on by the Democrats to try and defame Trump and his supporters? Yes. Is this plan coming together into a rather neat package? Yes. Everything we suspected about Jan 6th is almost certainly true. Ray Epps was a good example. We saw him on the day acting very much like he was trying to cause a riot with people that weren't originally that interested. Every chance he is a co-conspirator, yes. Deckwise says, just a few people loud enough at the right times could manage that. Especially if the security services on the day were in on it as well and wanted to produce that violence. So some of them fucking died. Maybe they weren't all in on it, but maybe the original ones were. I mean, they were given orders, chuck canisters into the crowd. And they had started shit before the crowd was, they weren't even trying to clear the crowd. They were just shooting at them with smoke canisters. They weren't trying to press them out the area. They were just, it looked petty, from what I remember. But it wasn't effective. So I would imagine that those guys maybe were in on it too, even though they were then involved in violence. Some of the, I think one or two of them eventually died, although more of the protesters died, I think. Yeah, exactly, Ginger. Dev is pretending agitators controlling crowd behavior isn't a real phenomenon. Dev says, damn, that's crazy. Was the rest of them puppeteered by their spell? Basically, doesn't have to be a spell, Dev. I mean, you're influenced by tranny cock. Clearly not that difficult, is it? Emu says literally, yes. Basically, the word spell implies magic, which that's the only part that isn't true. Puppeteered, yeah, basically. Unfortunately. Now, like, this is not to eliminate culpability from any individual who committed crimes on that day. That's eliminated by the fact that it was fucking justified, do not crime in Minecraft, by the rigged election as retaliation. Much more, some would argue, would be justified, but not me, of course. But this is not an argument in an attempt to justify those actions or to excuse them. Dev is acting like it is. Now, maybe some people think it is. Maybe he's responding to that. Fine. But is he going to respond to the fact that this riot would almost certainly not have happened if not for Biden-run FBI intervention? Yeah, at the time it was still in Trump's term. He just, at that point, wasn't aware of how bad the FBI were. So he hadn't gutted them as he should. Now he's done something anyway. I think it's better, but I don't know if it's yet fixed. Zeman says 300 FBI incite to enter the police, and the police let them in. No FBI get arrested. Yeah. A disclose. TV says more rank and file FBI agents after Jan 6th claimed political bias infected operations, feeling like pawns in a political war, according to an after-action report withheld from the public for over 4 years. That's funny. It's almost exactly what we said. In fact, arguably, this is even more biased than we suspected. JPEG says, stupidity in individuals is the exception, but in groups, countries, nations, it is the regular condition. Unfortunately, there's a lot of truth to that. At the same time, the wisdom of the crowd, if you can harness the power of the crowd, you average across individuals, you actually get better answers than even individual experts can give. Which is very, very interesting to me. That's an argument sometimes people make for democracy. I haven't made that one myself because it's not quite the right approach, but there's some truth to that. Wisdom of the crowd. But when the crowd aren't thinking, they reinforce each other's stupidity, so it gets worse. Yes. Yeah. Sports says, I don't see why people are surprised by this. The left wing has deeply infiltrated their institutions. Feds are literally fat and gay. There's a Secret Service agent who was exposed as Antifa, literally. Yeah, you're right, of course. We're not surprised. I don't have much to say, honestly, on this. It's exactly what we expected. We were right. Yay, we were right. Except it's about something really bad. Well, I think the situation's probably been improved, although I don't know how much. This image says, January 6th will be remembered as the day the government set up a staged riot to cover up the fact they certified a fraudulent election. 100% true. I mean, the only part that might not be true is that might not be how it's remembered. I do hope so. I think it's slightly more likely that in, say, 15 to 20 years from now, the version of history that is remembered is more accurate by a significant portion than what is currently purported by quote-unquote official sources. I think we will see a significant movement in the direction of truth after this period. Maybe not completely, maybe not as much as we should, but I'm 50-50 or more than 50-50 that we will. I mean, just the surprise is that it was given up as fact rather than suppressed forever. Yeah. Genius says, what I've learned from the wisdom of the crowd is that given the lack of guidance, the wisdom of the crowd is shocking, valuable, but terrifyingly easy to manipulate by a man with an agenda. Yes, they reinforce each other. The crowd amplifies each other's actions. Like the internet amplifies everything. The crowd amplifies each other's actions. Incidentally, when you ask them all their opinion and then average the results, wisdom of the crowd. But directly, when the actions are visible, to each other, and they reinforce it. Everyone says, crowds are susceptible to what I like to call peer flow. When someone is confused or unsure and sees someone who's confident and purposeful, they tend to just follow and act in concert with that locus of confidence. Indeed. Lads, is there anyone in the world who is English speaking? Is there any English speaking dialect at all that pronounces pizza as pizza? Is there any at all anywhere? Particularly in England? I've never heard it before. Never heard it before. I don't think it's real. But then I heard it once. Some of you will know where from as well. If you can guess it, I'll give you some fucking Cabal credit. If you can guess it, I'll give you some Cabal credit.
Was it Aiden?
No, it wasn't Aiden.
Okay.
It has. Thank Maveth, you get some fucking Cabal credit. I will give you this. I want to use a quote from Mystery of the Druids, but I'll just do pizza for now. There you go. Well done, Maveth. You got it first. Mystery of the Druids. Is anyone? Yeah, pizza. Iron Man says that. That's quite funny. But, is anyone else familiar with Mystery of the Druids? Mint played it recently. I was sort of casually watching it in the background. It is a fucking trip of a game. It's not that well known. I heard of it from Harmful Opinions, played it years ago. That's often the case when I see a bad game or a funny game being played by someone today. It's like, oh yeah, Harmful Opinions played that like 8 years ago. Mystery of the Druids is a point-and-click adventure game, which is completely fucking insane in terms of its storyline. Brief overview: it's set in England. You find like a corpse. None of you are ever going to fucking play it, so I'll give minor spoilers, but I won't give any major ones. You find a corpse. It turns out it's this fucking secret society of neo-druids. And then you just casually go to this location in England, which is this like half-collapsed colossal gigastructure made by druids 1,000 years ago. Oh, and it's a time machine. Literally. The story is not, it's not like, it's surrealist. It's not, yeah, that's the one. It's not written as if it's like a joke. It's not trying to joke around with it's trying to be serious. It's a little bit comic, but I think it takes its own premise seriously, which makes it so ridiculous. And the way they solve it at the end makes no sense. And he still gets the girl even after he stabbed her to death with some broken scissors that he stole from his colleague. Now, see if you can figure that one out. It doesn't make any goddamn sense, but it's very funny to watch someone play it and criticize it. It doesn't make any goddamn sense. Oh, and Lowry floating at his desk. That is a real classic of that game. Inspired by true things. Do not introduce Cybersmith to Mystery of the Druids. Everything everything he believes from then on will be influenced by it. Yeah, there's a screenshot from Brit Twit there. Ginger says the Mystery of the Druids is the video game version of The Room. I know I will not elaborate. And it's perfect as well because it's just at that time in history where 3D animation looked crap. And it's low budget as well, it seems to be. So it's really bad, the 3D animation. And it's a lot of FMV as well. The FMV is barely any better than the in-game rendered stuff. It's hilariously jank. And it's the kind of game it would be funny for someone to just play through just to rag on it. Thank you, Nachos. Wrong Image says, from my memory, you get a promise from a leader that no druid will ever harm her, and your main character was inducted as a druid. That's how the weird ending tries to work. Again, the promise was made by a druid who lived 1,000 years ago, and then technically broken by your character. And for some reason, this causes the leader of the sect in the present to slit his own throat. Why? Why are they bound by oaths? Why are they even bound by oath, let alone bound by an oath of someone else that was broken by you 1,000 years separated? It just doesn't make any goddamn sense at all. One game says it's absolute bullshit, but it's an attempt. I'd say, like, if it had made sense, it would have been cool. But it didn't, so it was just lame and retarded. But it fits the game very well. Yeah, here's Mystery of the Druids, chat. Yeah, and the main character, Halligan, says pizza instead of pizza. None of the other characters do, only Halligan. I feel like it's so ridiculous that it seems like it was a a meme, a joke by the developers. Now, that said, the reason I ask is because is there anyone that says it that way, or are the developers just fucking around, or was the voice actor just retarded? I mean, he seemed to be. Halligan is such an unlikable character anyway. It's ridiculous how inept and malicious he is at times. He's such an asshole. Maybe the main character was retarded, says Mavis. Maybe that's what they were going for. Like, yeah, Halligan is just literally retarded. He owes the pizza place he got the pizza from 300 quid on his tab. How did they even let him get away with one unpaid pizza? What a ridiculous fucking game. But what a worthy tangent. Check something quickly, chat. I believe I've just got a generous contribution. Thank you for the contribution. It looks like that probably did pop up, and so it should show up in Discord in a minute. I will wait for that to appear, and then I will address it. Apologies for the delay. I will fix that in the near future. Yeah, so if we look at the old Usercoin system, that's the top currently. Ballsack is still Discord Kitten, with Cybersmith close behind, actually. We could make Cybersmith Discord Kitten. He's really close behind, actually. Look how little it would cost to make Cybersmith Discord Kitten, chat. Yeah, Nachos, you haven't been Discord Kitten for a while. You don't have to have that name, by the way. I didn't tell you because it would be funnier not to, but you could have changed your name to whatever you wanted for a little while. Did you like Nyanchos?
He thinks that if Cybersmith were to be made Discord Kitten, it would induce some kind of apocalyptic scenario on the world.
Britwit, is that a Mystery of the Druids JoJo crossover? Is that a motherfucking JoJo reference? Women like winners, eh, JoJo? It is. The way it's animated, it looks like the character just has such incredible muscle strength that he's holding himself up by his heels in that stance because they forgot to animate it properly. He's literally like 2 feet above his chair. Yes, thank you for the contribution, Deckwell, and thank you for the redemption, the Chairborn Gamer, who supports Tomboy Supremacy, Cauldron. Can you make the Screaming Druid an overlay? Yes, especially if there is a PNG version. Was there a PNG version posted? No, but I reckon we could get one. Tell you what, chat, if you will bear with me, I will show you the process. There's my boy. Which druid is that, actually? Is that the one from 1,000 years ago, or is that the one from recently? Because he doesn't actually look like either of them. Who the fuck knows? Good. You know what? Good point. Background removal. I believe the Adobe one is good and free. One of the only things Adobe is still good for. Let's see if this works. Let's see if it just removes the black bars or if it actually removes the background behind the druid as well. Oh, Wolf made one. Thank you, Wolf. I will probably use that one. Let's just see what this Adobe generates anyway. Dang, it's time, isn't it? While it waits, chat, let me tell you a little bit about Cabal-chan. I set up Cabal-chan in kind of a brief limited testing period yesterday, and it didn't go very well. I fixed so many exploits. I believe I've got 95+% reliably resisting almost all requests. But there was one that Born Gamer found yesterday that I knew in the past was applicable. I just forgot to test it in the final round of testing of this latest version. It's not finishing, is it? I won't bother using this then. I just forgot to test that particular one. I did find a fix later, and I will apply it to the prompt, but the problem at this point is that the prompt is just too long. and the instructions have been diluted too much that the personality is not very present. I have to be so overly explicit with the regulations that the personality gets kind of swamped, and the regulations end up becoming more a part of the personality than the personality itself. Because there's so many tokens, there's about like 1,500 tokens to keep it restrained, and the actual personality can be done in about 600, which is about right. And even with that, no matter how strongly I instruct it, there's going to be an exploit. So there's two options before me. Either I can go for a much deeper and more complex. No, it didn't finish. It gave up. Thank you, Adobe. You are fucking useless. I will just use the one that Wolfling. So either I go for a much deeper solution, a different training strategy, which that's good, Ginger. I think we have to use the one from the cover art though. Either we go for a much deeper training regimen, or we find some way to use instruction only, but I don't think that's going to be reliable enough. So I have to go for that. Or I change strategies and we don't make Cabal-Chan. I did have another idea that would allow me to use what we have, unreliable though it is, but it would be good enough for many purposes. It would be very exploitable, but you wouldn't care to do so after a while, and I wouldn't care about the dignity of the character. So I might just do that. I might release a different character at first, which will have a lot of the research I've done, a lot of the experience I've gained messing with AI, but it won't be Cabal-Chan, because I want Cabal-Chan to be more dignified than currently any of the models I've tested are able to be. I've made massive progress in defending against these exploits, but I'm just not confident at this point that currently AI that would run on my home PC is able to defend against it as reliably as I want, whilst maintaining a good personality. Even with the deeper solution that I have in mind, it might not be, and that will take time, and I shouldn't be prioritizing it. So I may come back to it, but for now, I will probably work on something else. I did have an idea though, just quickly again on the topic of AI, and then I'll do this. I currently have an AMD GPU and an NVIDIA GPU. The NVIDIA GPU has 12 gig of VRAM. Good for, thank you, Ginger. Good for AI. So that's what I'm using. And I've been looking around at other solutions of an upgrade. 24 gig would be an upgrade, and it wouldn't give me much more capability, but it would be good to have. But the only cards that have 24 gig are like 600 quid at minimum. But there's another option, which is brittle, but cheaper. And you're going to like it. You're not going to like it. I don't know why I didn't think of it before. I can just buy another of the same graphics card I already have, another 12 gig card. That's a stupid idea. Yeah, it is, but it'll work. Because I can span the model across multiple cards, and I can select which cards I can span it across as well. That costs 250 quid. That's less than half of what I need to spend for an AMD card that's 24 gig of VRAM. Less than half. Now, the only thing is, unfortunately, my current motherboard doesn't have space for 3 graphics cards. It does have a PCIe 1X slot, and I think you can run a graphics card on a 1X slot even though it's designed for 16X. I think you can, but the bandwidth would be so low it probably wouldn't be worth the extra power. So I'd probably need to buy an E80X motherboard with a third PCIe 16 slot, which is pretty crazy. I may be able to find one that's, say, less than 100 quid, AM4, maybe secondhand, risky to do. But if I could do that, maybe add maybe 80 quid onto the price. So it's about 300 to 350 rather than 600 or more for 24 gig of usable VRAM for an LLM. So it's probably worth it. So if you guys want to help out with that, you can contribute via tip.oozloo.net or funder.oozloo.net. Here are the links. Thank you in advance if you'd like to do that. Yes, Quattro says there is another issue to watch out for though, and that's the supported PCIe lanes in your CPU. Yeah, I don't know. I haven't looked into that. This is just an idea I've only started thinking about. Yeah, it may very well not be viable. But if it is, that would be a cheaper way of doing it. Eric says the 1X slot has an open back. You could. Otherwise, you need to cut the back off the slot or use a riser, right? Do it with a riser. Probably going to be bandwidth starved. Check your motherboard manual for how to. Honestly, I don't know how bandwidth dependent it is. Once the model is loaded, almost all the work is done on the GPU. What you send it is just I assume a converted version of the input prompt, but that's very quick. And after that, I think all the processing is done on the GPU. It might even be literally no communication back and forth. It's all on the GPU. It might just be like shade. I mean, it's Vulkan, so I think it's some shader language, right? All on the GPU. And then bandwidth coming back is just tiny strings. So bandwidth might actually not be that important for LLMs. For loading the model initially, it would be. Okay, obviously that would be bad, but I only have to do that once. So this might actually work even with a really low bandwidth. But it might not. See you soon, Ginger. We are going to get back to the streamer. Ginger, the image that you linked might be the better choice. It's more sort of isolated. It's more separable from everything else, so I might just use that. Good night, Sport.
It actually took me a little while to find that. It kept on trying to route me through various weird websites that would ask me to go through a different URL than a different URL.
See.
But, yeah. It is surprisingly high quality, isn't it?
It's all right. It'll work.
Personally, I think you should go with both of the ones that I found. Like Druid 1 and Druid 2. Just the bucktooth nature of the first one is just... It is beautiful.
All right, chat.
See you all later.
It is done. See you soon, Ginger. Do we keep that at a tilted angle or do we correct the angle like that?
Perfect. Keep it up. Perfect. Yeah.
I think that this one's also quite funny. That is such an obscure reference as well. Okay, chat. Press 1 for straight angle and press 2 for the jaunty angle. You like 1? I guess because it looks like it's actually part of my face. Let's have a look. It's way bigger than my actual face. But I guess that adds to the comedy. Really big heads mode. Okay, great. That's fantastic. Not that one. This one. Let me go ahead and add that to the list. Druid, and that's at 50 now, because that's been added as a new permanent overlay. Hooray. Eric Suzuki is now a VTuber. I was one of the first VTubers. Have you not seen the video? Back in 2017, I made an animated rig before VTubers ever really got off the ground, which moved to my speech. I wasn't the first one to do that, but that was still very rare back in the day, so you could argue I was the first VTuber. Wolf says we could totally rig that overlay with VTuber software to make the mouth move. Yeah, of course. If someone wants to do it, go for it. I mean, I'm even willing to try and set something up to make it actually functional. What was it that Jackie cheered? Wolf Uwu. Congratulations, Wolf. You've been cheered for better or for worse. Okay, who's the new kitten, by the way? It hasn't changed. It's still Ballsack. Neither of you who cheered, for some reason, neither of you who cheered actually supported anyone else for kitten who now has a chance of getting it. So, Jackie, if 5,000 was enough for Wolf Uwu to become kitten, then someone else needs to support it for more than 100 or 100 or more, because it needs 2 supporters. So if we do Wolf Uwu like that, author count 1, so it doesn't apply. If we do TP Ballsack, yeah, so someone would need to send about 6 quid into Wolf Uwu and he becomes kitten. Yeah, I'm sure you could do it for free. It would take effort, obviously, take some work, but I'm sure it could be done for free. If someone here has the time and willingness to do it, they could. Oh, Wolf, I see what you did there. You're trying to imply that it's about Lord Wolfsadler. Unfortunately, I think I will leave that down to the person who contributed the most towards it. Jackie, tell us, which wolf do you intend Wolf Uwu to be a reference to? Because if it is Wolf Sadler, maybe that's funny.
You know what? I'll leave that up to chat.
All right, chat, press 1 if Wolf Uwu will apply Discord Kitten to Wolf576, and press 2 if it will apply it to Lord Wolf Sadler, who's almost never here. Force felonization of a canid, says Mavis. That is straight out of Cybersmith. Wolf, you voted for yourself to become kitten. Eric says, I could argue Wolf Uwu means Jackie. Good point. He does have Wire Wolf as his name. Maybe this should be the first instance of a 3-way kittening. What do you think, chap?
To be fair, mine has a U, not an O.
True, but so does Wolf Uwu. In fact, it has 2 U's. Wouldn't it be a wolfening, maybe? Nerd has just noticed that she's been accused of having cat AIDS. She says, why? Or perhaps she's saying yes. Reply to her and just say toxoplasmosis gondii. Go on, that's easy to spell. All right, chat. I think we should probably get this overlay as well. I guess we could say that special dispensation will add 2 overlays because both are really good. We'll just have this as like Druid 2. Alternatively,
Oh god, it seems like Cabal has started democratically deciding that there needs to be 3 kittens.
oh, it's the same face, just with the mouth open. Maybe this is a modified version where they deliberately rendered the mouth as being closed. What a fucking ridiculous idea. We can get this perfectly lined up, I think, or very nearly. If only I could have it so that it automatically switched on and off every second. I think the mouth open one is better. Well, maybe I could code that separately, but I can't do it quickly. Like a Monty Python animation, I guess so.
Fugitech React?
I don't know what that is. I could easily code something to make that happen. You can use OBS WebSockets. I could easily do that. But I can't do it during the stream, not conveniently. I guess I haven't done audio stuff in Rust before. I need to figure out how to do that. Right. I will try to go on for longer, chat. I'm getting kind of to the end of my tether now. But there's still some monster left. Right, let's continue. There's lots more stories to cover. Unfortunately, there's lots more stories to cover. Okay, where was I? We got to there. All right, so CNBC apparently wants to make themselves as unpopular as possible, and they say, how Google shifted from a bastion of accurate information to a steward of free expression. Now, when I first opened this, and I think it's still in the title, free expression was in quotes. So what CNBC is saying here is they're lamenting that Google became about free expression, which is fucking rich, considering that they have no interest in free expression beyond what is necessary for their bottom line. So this is a bafflingly misguided and ridiculously unreasonable article here from CNBC, on the level of the most disgustingly deceptive I think I've ever read. just in terms of its, not necessarily in terms of its world-changing effects, just in terms of how misleading and deceptive it is on multiple layers. I'm gonna hate reading it. Key points. It says Google long touted the need for factual accuracy on its platforms, but a letter submitted to Congress this week demonstrates how the tech company is shifting to prioritize free expression. Oh no! Oh no! You know who can make judgments about what's factual? Anyone. Do you know who's right? It could be anyone. It's certainly not you, CNBC. You're among the last people I would judge worthy to determine what is a fact. Google is near the bottom of that list as well. Chat, press 1 if you're hoping that at some point during this article I will be actually making the face that I now appear to be making thanks to the overlay. Google's new stance comes after touting the need for features that helped users find accurate information as far back as 2016 and throughout the pandemic. I mean, yeah, that's just calling them a hypocrite. That's a good start, I guess. What is that on the left, Wolf? Is that me moving my hand? Oh, it's the monster. I see. Yeah. So, since 2023, Google has walked back many of those features and policies. When you say help users find accurate information, what you mean is censor information that you at CNBC believe is inaccurate. Not the same thing. It says this week saying it has a commitment to freedom of expression that is unwavering and will not bend to political pressure. Chat, not only is this article, as I said, one of the worst so far pieces of quote-unquote journalism ever written, but it's not important enough a story for me to justify spending time on it. So I'm just going to go ahead and say this article is tremendously bad. It should never have been written. No human should be able to sleep at night having written such utter deceptive tripe. And move on. Because there's other more important things to go through. I'm going to try and go through things very quickly here because there's a lot to cover and I'm already very tired. Fancy a shag and call an escort. Knock at door. You're the Vietnamese escort who came into the country illegally in the back of a lorry, I called. Yes. Okay, I need to see your digital ID to prove your legal right to illegal work before we get to it. She shows me and I verify it. Twilek Mon Mothma Nguyen. Okay. He says, our immigrant system needs to be fair. That's why we're introducing digital ID. If you don't have it, you can't work here, says Stan Kema. We just had a context. Current UK legislation requires all employers to verify the employee's right to work. The proposed digital ID does not enhance compliance. It also fails to address illegal workers or enhance their detection beyond the existing legislation. So it's fucking useless for the job they claim it's for, because it's not for that job. We discussed this earlier. I don't think there's any need to go over it again, but yeah, it's the Labour government of this country is not what almost anyone in here in this country actually wanted. The majority of the country did not want this Labour government. They are less popular than fucking Corbyn. So those of you that are abroad, I know that we've had a very bad run of governments here over the last few years, but the people of Britain are, I wouldn't say just as, but not far off being as freedom-loving and based as their American cousins. The majority of the people of this country want for this country the approximate equivalent of what MAGA wants for their country. The majority, there's polls to demonstrate it. We have been less lucky with the electoral structures that we've been playing with, because there's two different strategies. You can either try to repurpose an existing party or form a new party. And the Republican Party was more apt for repurposing, and you had someone who could step in and forcefully repurpose it. In the UK, we didn't have someone like that at the time, and the party was structurally not worthy of it, not really amicable to it. So we unfortunately got mired in a strategy that didn't work as well for a while, but now that we finally have one that will work, we have 4 years to wait to apply it. So yeah, I think the will and the applicability of the structures is the same. The UK has just got quite unlucky in affecting that change through democratic means. And Trump is very, very skilled as well. And Farage has been too lazy, or too uninvolved. Lazy is the wrong word, actually, because I've said before, there's not much more he could have done, but he could have been more involved and maybe could have got in sooner. I think he could have got into the last election sooner if he'd been more involved the whole time. But the others, not so much. So yeah, that's all I want to say on that. When you look at stuff like this, it's not Britain wants this. It's not Britain is doing this. It's our shitty, corrupt government that's doing this. I would not hold Americans to the standard of Biden. There you go. Next up. EA is reportedly about to be sold in a record-setting $50 billion buyout to an investor group that includes private equity and Saudi Arabia. Okay, now I have successfully, after many, many years of assuming tacitly, passively, that this was impossible, I have found a way for EA to get worse. Hooray! Yeah. Well, Western companies being owned by foreign assets is by foreign groups is bad either way. So I'm not happy about this. But EA being in a situation where they feel they need this is at least encouraging that they're not doing very well. But they're going to be propped up by this, aren't they? Which is just, on the one hand, that may actually be an improvement. On the other, the bar is so low, the Arabs could do better. Yeah. Wolf says, worse, less pride flags and generic sports games sounds good to me. I guess so. They might do that. But then again, the Arabs who are buying it, the Saudi Arabians who are buying it, and the other investors, they don't want Islamic compliance. Some of them are Islamic, but they're not the kind of radicals for whom that's their main objective. What they want is a little thing called money. And at the moment, though this is changing, it is profitable for companies overall to be woke. So that might not change anything, except it will just give them a lifeline to be evil more. Hooray! Yes, as they also buy all the IPs, probably. Think about all the games EA made that you loved back in the day, they might touch them. Yep. You get used to it over time. You know, I remember talking about in probably 2020, 2021, like, they haven't come for Lord of the Rings yet, but I know they will. I'm ready for it. And I'm not gonna let it affect me. Lord of the Rings won't be cheapened or harmed by them making some shitty anti-fanfic. The name will be somewhat tarnished to some people, but not to us. And then we can still watch the movies, we can still read the books, and whatever else. And the Bakshi animations. And then it happened. So, it doesn't matter. They can't cheapen what we already had. And you know what? If they're going to do shitty remakes, if 1 in 100 is good, that's still a bonus. But usually it's not that many. All right, next up. Okay, so this is going to be gruesome because we're going to have to watch the shooting, but I feel obligated to at least address any ideas in this realm. I don't know how plausible this is yet until I've watched it, but prepare yourselves. Do not allow children to watch this, please. This is what appears to be a motion map of the moment of the shooting.
Take a look at the lavalier. Check this out.
Oh, way. If you want security, the Israelis know what they're doing.
This is the Israeli company that went and grabbed the device or whatever it is, allegedly.
Here it is from the wide angle. Watch Charlie Kirk's right side of his t-shirt. Watch the lavalier lapel mic. Do you see it explode? Let's bring it in just a little bit closer. Watch this. Put it in a freeze frame. That is the explosion from Charlie Kirk's lavalier lapel mic. Want to see it again? Bring it in closer. Remember when we told you that that was absolutely an exit wound? Yeah, it is. Check the trajectory of the round that was deployed from that lavalier lapel mic. that went directly from Charlie Kirk's lapel, that went directly from underneath Charlie Kirk's white t-shirt up through his neck and created the exit wound that we told you was an exit wound immediately when we saw that exit wound. First we had exploded.
Okay, I will concede the pattern of movement of the shirt is plausible with that notion, but the idea that there was a bullet embedded in the Lavalier mic, it seems a little unlikely to be a very small bullet for it not to be noticed. His fucking mic shot him out, says John Wick, apparently.
I think he's trying to make the argument that the bullet came from behind him.
No, he's trying to make the argument the bullet went straight from the microphone up through his neck, and that the wound we saw was the exit wound.
No.
I mean, I don't think we see an entry wound on the other side of the neck, do we?
No.
Yeah, and there's nothing that I'm aware of that would have enough power to cause that kind of shockwave through his body without also exploding the entire mic.
Damn right.
I mean, yeah.
Also, the wound, as Snark says, the wound is consistent with a 30 0 with a dash in the middle. That I pronounced it correctly. So yes, they know that the round type that was used. So this is a fun theory, but I don't think it's true. Yes, like we were talking about that at the beginning of the stream as well. Your understanding of guns has not prevented niggers getting them and using them prolifically in your country. You have violent, well-armed animals in every one of your major cities who can kill you in a moment's notice. So it's not all sunshine and roses. Yes, it's also, if we assume that the shot was fired from the mic or any other place on his body, the sound from any other audio clip doesn't make sense. Maybe. One says, the kind of force that will launch a bullet through someone's neck without a barrel would also blow up the flesh it goes off on. Yeah, we didn't see any other signs of that, did we? That's actually not true, Snark. That is also regional. That's turning the mic into a fragmentation device. It seems intact enough to have no powder of any kind. Yeah. Also, Snark, there's quite a lot of cities in the UK that are not leftist and not occupied by foreigners. I'm not sure about this, but there may be a greater proportion of British cities which are not full of foreigners than American cities. That might not be right, but it's probably somewhat comparable. So, yeah, this is probably not true, but it's interesting. I'll move on for now. Yeah, so this is concerning. Yeah, maybe Pierre. So the Russian Federation has received information from Hungarian intelligence regarding a possible false flag attack by Ukraine on Poland and Romania. The Kiev regime plans to fly downed Geran drones refitted with explosives into Europe and blame it on Russia. Today, Zelensky accused Hungary of violating Ukrainian airspace, which Hungary has denied. So we were saying, weren't we, when these drones came through Ukraine and hit Poland, and then later hit a lot of other places, that this very well could be a false flag. I think we may have concluded after a while that it probably wasn't a false flag, that overall it seemed more likely to be genuine. It kept happening, and the idea was that Russia may have been probing Europe's defenses, probing their willingness. But I'm still sort of confused as to why they would want to involve other countries. We did talk about it a lot. I can't remember all the conclusions that we made, but I love how there's a carve out here for Vatican City. Is that where Vatican City is? Is that where Rome is? I thought Rome was down at the bottom of Italy. What's this for then? Don't know. Either way, yeah, but that's where Rome is. I may have forgotten. So yeah, It could be either false flag or real, but this seems to imply more so that it is false flag, or at least the next one will be. Yeah, I thought so. Then what's the riddle round bit for then? So, Emu says, I rate false flags as likely at this time. I agree. Given the motivations at play, I would agree. And if it's... I don't know how well confirmed this release is. Let's see if we can find other sources on it. Hungarian spy drones. I don't think that's the same one. Zelensky warns Hungary over reconnaissance drone activity in Western Ukraine. It's the other way around. Russia's received information. Hungarian spy ring collecting military data. That implies that Hungary is allied with Russia. Which, I mean, is also implied by the fact they're giving them information, but still. So Hungarian intelligence, Ukraine, Russia, false flag. Poland's ex-president Duda exposes how Ukraine tries to pull allies into war. Interesting. I don't see anything else about it, actually. Let's try on a better search engine for some things. Hungarian foreign minister openly calls out Ukraine on their false flag. Okay, this was it. Andriy Sibia. The blind Hungarian officials' exact route of yesterday's drone incursion from Hungary into Ukrainian airspace. Okay, so this was a claim by Ukrainians that Hungarians were flying the drones. This is getting way more confusing. Are we at the point yet, chat, where we don't care enough to discover who's lying, who's doing who? I don't care that much about this. Orban and the Russians started a massive psyop at the same time against Ukraine, using the Hungarian minority leaving Ukraine. Fake videos and massive campaigns have started recently. Official looks proved. Start of Russia's war on Ukraine. Hungary's MOD initiated direct military technical contact with sanctioned Russian helicopters. Interesting. And that was months ago. Hungary apparently put spies in Ukraine to figure out people's reaction to Hungary's invasion. It's May. This is not relevant anymore. Hungarian drones spotted in Ukraine. In the Ukraine to trigger NATO Article 5. Well, that's complicated. I think I'm going to prioritize other stories for now, chat, but this is one to look into if you're interested. Though it's not something that I generally pay a lot of attention to, that particular war. Yeah, so here's more about the Jan 6th thing. I will move on because we already discussed it. So Charlie Kirk, tragically assassinated. They have found someone to replace him, though, rather quickly. This post says, this is who TPUSA body-swapped Charlie Kirk with. Not literally. It says, yes, he's a rabid Christian Zionist. He is coming to a university near you to peddle Israel 365 Judeo-Christian nonsense, says this user. Amazing how they had him groomed and ready to go. TPUSA is a data collection grift, he says, which is strong. Chat, I'd like you to not notice the colors of his shirt.
What's up, America? Brian Holly Hint here, about 30,000 feet up. We are on the way to Arkansas. So everybody in line at the University of Arkansas to...
It's pronounced Arkansas. The other one's Kansas. There we go. His Christian Zionist is giving me massive homo vibes as well. Oh yeah, he takes out the ass.
Kick off my 10-stop campus tour. We are coming to you right here.
Chat, press 1 if it's more like a 10-inch campus tour of the men that he's getting railed by.
right now. Stay in line. We have gotten a third room because we have sold out this campus stop 3 times, but we are coming to you. We will fit you in.
Oh yeah, you'll definitely fit him in. It's a bit inappropriate to hear a what appears to be a Texan accent, chat, correct me if I'm wrong, coming from such a spindly little queer. Now, I'm quite lanky myself, but at least I don't give off such excessively homosexual vibes. Don't say anything, chat.
Students will get priority, but we will make it happen. I cannot be more excited. We are back. We are on the road. We're coming to you one conversation at a time. If you're not at the
Yeah, you're definitely coming to someone.
University of Arkansas, we're coming to a campus near you soon, so check out my tour dates. We'll see you super soon.
Super soon. Yeah, careful going to Utah. I hear it's raining. The Triple says big gay. Eric says doubt. Galma says Christian Zionism is more or less a symptom of a misunderstanding of scripture, so it's fairly common. Scripture is a bit of a fickle mistress. I mean, it's stable, but it still requires interpretation, so it can still vary quite a lot. It's more stable than nothing, but it's just still quite fickle. All right, chat. I will keep going for a little bit longer, but I'm very tired. I need to end the stream. We've been going for 4 hours. I did want to go for longer, but I can't continue if I'm falling asleep in my chair, which I almost am. So if you want me to go for longer, because there's lots of other stories to cover, you can contribute via tip.oozloo.net or fund.oozloo.net. For encores, currently I am accepting only real money. So you can contribute there. Thank you in advance if you do so via either platform. Or indeed donate.oozloo.net as well. I will accept that too. Just notify me if you've done that. And we'll put that towards an encore. The encore will be at least 20 minutes, but probably longer. Thank you in advance if you want to do that. Otherwise, we'll wrap up quite soon. All right. Next up. So there's been some suspicion with TPUSA about the readiness they appear to exhibit for Kirk being bumped off and how avid his wife is to the role of CEO and how she's not really spending time with the kids. I think I have that commentary in a post later in this, in all the articles I have open today. We may not get to it though, so I'm mentioning it now. It is a little suspicious, but it's also consistent with narrative that is most believable, was most mundane, most obvious. So it might not be anything. It doesn't have to be suspicious. Eric says, is that guy actually associated with TPUSA? I guess I assumed that he was. Do they have a name here? Brilliant Hollyhand. This guy says that's not even wish.com Charlie Kirk, that's Grindr Charlie Kirk. Does TPUSA teach young men to sit this effeminately, they say. Thank you, Nachos, who says, do your job and entertain me, wizard, to keep talking. Thank you for the contribution. That is a quarter of the required amount to get an encore. So if someone wants to contribute the rest, we will also treat that as an encore. So is that him there? He looks very Asian in that picture. He doesn't look very Asian there. Well, does he actually? I guess he does actually, yeah. All right, so let's assume it's him. Brilliant Hollyhand. What a fucking faggoty name. Brilliant Hollyhand. Yeah, that appears to be the guy. Is he in Tapusa? It doesn't seem that he's in Tapusa. He's just associated with it. Article from 5 days ago. Meet Brilliant Hollyhand. Teen conservative hailed as Charlie Kirk's protege, promises to be bolder as he tours companies. That's a fucking... That's ambitious, mate. Considering the testosterone you appear to lack, I don't know, actually. Is testosterone and homosexuality didn't necessarily correlate, but he doesn't look very testosterone-fic, does he? The teen, widely hailed as Charlie Kirk's protege, looked up to the conservative influencer as his mentor. Yeah, I'm sure that's not the only way he looked up at him, and has vowed to get louder and bolder even as the death threats against him have skyrocketed in the wake of his idol's assassination. Brilliant Hollyhand, a 19-year-old dubbed the internet's youngest voice of reason, has seen his popularity surge ever since he landed an interview with the Turning Point USA Finder as a pint-sized fourth grader back in 2018. Since then, Hollyhand, oh god, he's so gay, has drawn in nearly 500,000 followers on social media, has been rallying young conservatives in Kirk-like style across the country, and has been described as the conservative activist's heir. But in the wake of Kirk's public execution, Hollyhand told the Post on Monday he could never emulate his late mentor turned friend, but will do what the Lord has given him the opportunity to do. Charlie has very huge shoes to fill, he says. I'm sure that he knows of something else huge that Charlie had, not just because he was a man with a large shoe size, but because, like, legitimately nobody can replace him, he said. My goal is not to be Charlie, it's to be brilliant and do what the Lord has given me the opportunity to do, he says. If I can do half the work that Charlie did in the time on Earth, I'll count as a success. Now, he's saying the right things, making the right noises. I'm sure he made the right noises for Charlie. Sorry, did I imply that they were fucking? Well, the wife didn't seem to be... let's just say she didn't seem to mourn as much or for as long as I expected, though that could just be personal. And I believe there were some problems discussed before the shooting as well, weren't there? So it's looking like he's not... Excuse me. He's not actually part of TPUSA. Republican National Committee's Youth Advisory Council in 2023. I think that's where he still is. Triple says a gay conspiracy in my American politics is more likely than you think. Yeah, unfortunately, surprisingly common among young homosexual males. Quattro says, Zio homos are so gross. Are they common? Is there a correlation there? I wonder. Wolf says, dubbed the internet's youngest voice of reason, literally nobody had heard of him until 2 seconds ago. I sure fucking hadn't. Yeah, Boosek, that's good. I think what we need is a version of Trump for that style, which is in the speaking style of Warcraft 3's faces, so like wobbly, flappy gums all over the place. Right. So, anyway, moving on. $400 inflation refund checks now being mailed out to 8.2 million NY households. You fucking retards. You don't think that kind of misses the point? Yeah, what exactly, Nachos? We printed some money to account for the fact that we've been printing too much money. The only way this would make sense is if, like, New York somehow gets out ahead of the inflation resultant from printing it, and every other nation, every other state doesn't. So ultimately, the dollar is more powerful for a very short time in New York. I don't know if that's even how it works, actually. It might, as soon as this is announced, it's not going to happen. Prices are going to raise slightly. If anything, they're increasing the inflation specifically and only in New York, making it worse. The state of New York will be mailing inflation refund checks to 8.2 million households to govern. The only way this isn't the case is if they're literally cooking the money in the background. Like, they're deflating at the same time whilst paying this to people, which is not likely. Not likely at all. But it says President Donald J. Trump. This better not be Trump's idea. You know what? If it is, I trust Trump enough to give it a chance to explain, okay, how does this make sense? But on the surface, everything I've already said is probably the case. President, maybe it's just, they've just written it on there to try to lump blame onto him for this. Just because he happens to be the president. Governor Kathy Hochul's office said that up to $400 checks will be mailed directly to eligible New Yorkers, with deliveries to continue throughout October and November, and that households do not need to apply, sign up, or take any other action to receive the checks. Right, so that means that they have some other motive for sending them. According to Hochul's office, joint tax filers without income up to $150,000 will receive a $400 payment, and joint tax filers with income between $150,001 and $300,000 will receive $300. What about between $150,000 and $150,001? What's $150,050? Single tax filers who have an income up to $75,000 will get $200. And single tax filers with incomes between $75,000 and $150,000 will get $150. So if you have less than $75,000, you get $200, and then up to $150,000, $150. So it's down, and then sorry, that's joint and single. Okay, fine. Yeah, okay, so it's just double. Okay, that's fine. Never mind then. Starting today, we're sending inflation refund checks to over 8 million New Yorkers. Because it's simple, this is your money, we're putting it back in your pockets. Hochul said in a statement about the checks. But where did the money come from? It says, but the check will only be sent if the person filed a New York State resident income tax return, or Form IT-201, reported with income within qualifying thresholds, and was not claimed as a dependent for the tax year 2023, the New York Department of Taxation and Finance said. So an incentive for doing your taxes? I don't know. Maybe they're worried people are going to start just not IRSing, but it doesn't seem likely. And even if they do, I'm sure that New York is probably the number one place in the country that would be able to enforce that. Maybe they want to start normalizing stimmy checks again, which were done during the pandemic. To be honest, during the pandemic, it was more justifiable. Still not good, obviously, but more justifiable. If you assume the lockdowns were necessary, which they really arguably weren't at all. So yeah, it's really hard to justify that, but at least it's slightly more justified than this. Maybe they're just trying to normalize that because there are forces within the global elite, maybe not global elite, but certainly elite forces anyway, who want socialism. And they will incur it by surreptitious, subversive methods. And high debt and normalizing government paying the people would point in the direction of socialism. Like, not just a little bit of socialism, no, full socialism. I'm going to have to go to bed soon, though, chat. I think this will be my last article. There's quite a lot of other stuff to cover. I'm going to have to do it tomorrow. I'll try to remember to do it tomorrow. We may not have got to everything in the stream's title, and I apologize for that. But hey, I would have done it better if YouTube had given me my channel back. Don't ask me why. So we begin mailing refund checks to eligible taxpayers at the end of September 2025. The tax agency said that because of the large volume of checks being mailed out over the coming weeks, some people may receive your check sooner or later than your neighbors, as mailings are not based on zip code or region. The agency added that it cannot provide a specific delivery schedule. So it said the check will be mailed to the home address associated with persons blah, blah, blah. Said that there will be no direct deposits to bank accounts and that only checks will be mailed. That's a strange policy. The one-time payments were part of a 2025 state budget provision that was passed in the state legislature. Hochul's office said that inflation has increased costs of necessities, meaning that state revenue from the collection of sales tax has increased. Okay. The rebate checks are different from stimulus checks, also known as economic impact payments, which have been authorized by Congress through legislation and distributed by the U.S. Treasury Department. So have you literally overcharged taxes and you're rebating? Like, you've literally charged more than you needed and you saved the money. I find that very hard to believe. U.S. Senator Josh Hawley in July introduced a bill that would send tax rebates to qualified taxpayers using revenue from tariffs instituted by President Donald Trump. Hawley's bill has not passed the Senate. Inflation rose in August. Weakening market. It doesn't really say. It doesn't really say. I would. It's fucking bafflingly unlikely that this is money that is not just going to inflate things more. In fact, even just disbursing this from the government, even if it's not. If it was money the government taxed and then held, and they rebate it, I reckon that would cause at least in the short term, a bit of inflation. So yeah, I don't know. This might be okay, but it seems unlikely. I can see you guys are now arguing. No U X infinity. Oh, no U squared, I see. That's a good point, Amy. So, yeah. Can you two flirt somewhere else? Oh no, Jackie and Nachos. Well, given what we know about Mr. Brookles, maybe he's your type. Anyway, let's wrap up there, chat. Thank you for the generosity, everyone. But the goal for the encore was not met. Unless someone has another 15 squid. Nachos, it was stated here to be 20 quid. I think I did say so. Oh, unless you're saying what the fuck over the Mr. Brookles thing. In which case, suffer Foyd? Ah, okay. In that case, suffer Foyd. I'm just messing with you, Nachos. It's fine. So true, Jackie. So true. Applying Nomon's definition. So true. Speaking of which, oh, Nomon was playing Civ 5 with Ted. I guess they went off to have some buck sex instead there. Chat, would you believe it? Nomon actually changed his username so you can actually ping him as Nomon now rather than having to type in Gib. Anyway, that's it from me, chat. Thank you for watching me today. Praise the wizards. Praise the druids. And may the reign of the inheritors last 1,000 more glorious years. Or whatever the druids would say. I feel like there's a reference I'm missing. That game is fucking retarded, though. Don't play it, but do watch a Let's Play. Either watch Mint's Let's Play, which is very chill, or watch Harmful Opinions Let's Play, which is brutal. Right. Thank you, chat. I will attempt to stream again tomorrow and cover the other stories we have because there's lots more to cover. And I don't think there's anything else to announce. I'll probably hop into Pit 1 for a bit, but I'll be either AFK or... yeah, so DCS, thank you. That is the animation quality. Is that the one with the slap? I believe it is. Yep, there he goes. Yeah, so I'll either... I'll stream again tomorrow and we'll join chat and I'll either stay there for a bit or maybe we'll watch something, but I'll probably go to bed quite soon. Right. Good night, chat. Thank you for joining me. See you tomorrow.